Testing, testing, testing. What in the world? My God. Yeah, it's kind of cool actually.
Watch your back. Enemy!
Don't fuck with my friend. Let's never do that again.
god, this takes forever to kill.
We're headed to the war zone. Get geared up and stand by.
Prep for dust off. We're up in 3 mics. Let's move. Gang's all here. Word came down. We are green to go.
Tired, man.
Gear up. Grab your chutes. We're going to the war zone. You are cleared hot on all threats. Watch your ass down there.
I'll see you on the other side. Battle Royale. Gas is approaching on your position. Move to the safe zone.
Hey, here's a bounty contract.
Positive ID on the bounty targets. Hunt 'em down.
Movimento.
You're losing ground. Move it.
How do I get out of here?
targets destroyed. Hell of a job. Bounty targets are up. Get after them. Loadout drop headed your way. Gas is closing in. Relocating the safe zone. Enemy soldier incoming. You got gas moving in. Primary objective complete. All targets eliminated.
Requesting recon flyover. Moving.
UAV is being refueled. RTB at this time. Hey, I know money doesn't grow on trees, but it is covering the ground.
Oh, I should have hit. I should have just shot him. Oh man, I wish I could see, dude. The black skins are just kind of crazy. Are we not thinking the black skins are a bit out of hand? But just chuck the tomahawk too, man. Just can't see him at all. This too low? That's crazy. It's crazy it's too low, bro. It's point blank. That's crazy. Crazy. His feelings are hurt.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the...
Hey, here's a bounty contract. Hey, enemy here.
Enemies dropping into the AO.
It's insane how those shots are missing apparently. I get killed in 5 bullets. Alright. Wish I could have seen that go, okay.
Grow on trees, but it is covering the ground. simple. Eliminate all bounty targets. All bounty targets are KIA. Well done. You got a loadout drop inbound.
Hey, here's a bounty contract.
Bounty targets identified. Weapons free.
Attenzione! This sector's hot! Can't move in here!
Friendly loadout drops on the way. You got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated. All bounty targets destroyed. Hell of a job. Gas is inbound.
Requesting recon at my location! JMTV, here!
UAV is being refueled. RTB at this time.
attacked by an enemy squad. Evade and survive. Gas is closing in.
Requesting recon flyover. Threats in the area. Scratched, moving. Got a truck here. Cancel last.
Be advised, UAV is exiting the AO.
Requesting recon in my location. Requesting close air. Target marked.
This is Phoenix 2-3, visual on the target, strike inbound. UAV is being a fuel. RTB at this time.
Got a buy station here.
Bounty targets marked. Kill them all. All bounty targets are KIA. Well done. Gas is closing in. Get to the new safe zone.
Requesting recon flyover. Enemy movement.
UAV is being a fuel. RTB at this time.
The enemy lost track of you. Good work down there. Target destroyed. Deploying supply drop to your location. Enemy soldier incoming. Be advised, enemies deployed a buy station.
Enough from you. Requesting recon at my location. Enemy in the area.
Be advised, UAV is exiting the AO.
Requesting recon flyover.
Gas is inbound, marking a new safe
Moving
zone.
here.
You got a loadout drop inbound.
UAV is being fuel. RTB at this time.
Gas is moving.
Attenzione, this sector's hot.
You got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated. Supply crates are restocked. Advise you load up now. You're in the top 10. Keep knocking them out. You got gas moving in. Gas is closing in. Get to the new safe zone. zone. You're losing ground. Move it. Gas is moving in. New safe zone located. Finish your mission. Take them down. Poor some bitches never stood a chance. Nicely done.
I don't know how to play that, really. I really don't know how to play that.
Shadow 1 is inbound for extraction. Visual on your mark. Hold on tight. Here comes the snap.
I mean, do I just clear the building? That doesn't seem like the best way to go about it, though. Praise God, baby. Praise God.
Look who's here. Dancing with the devil, living to tell the tale. That's what I'm talking about. Let's review. Speed and violence make a great team. No rest for the wicked. Let's get back to work.
My hands are freezing, bro. How's that not a headshot? God, that's 2 kills I could have had. I get every kill except for one. What was 19? Oh, this guy. Oops.
Check your gear and weapons. We'll be deploying shortly.
Hey, here's a bounty contract.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Gas is inbound.
Moving here. Marking enemy.
All bounty targets destroyed. Hell of a job.
Moving here. Can enemy visual.
Loadout drop headed your way. Gap is closing in. Relocating the safe zone.
Requesting recon in my location.
Be advised, UAV is exiting the AO.
Come on, bro. I can't even go for a shot there. How do I play that aggressively?
You're gonna have to fight to earn
Go
redeployment.
up through the building, then he just jumps off, takes zip, and I'm following him for 10 years. If he doesn't want to fight me, he doesn't have
And I
to.
know money doesn't grow on trees, but it is covering the ground.
I'd have died right there. I'd have been so pissed.
Deployment, soldier. Stand by.
Not in Narnia.
Got a buy station here. Scratch that.
Right, bro. What are the odds I just get body blocked to absolute hell on him? Jeez. Should have just thrown the tomahawk. Exactly what I should have done. So he's locking onto me like that in smoke, right? Right. I ran further than... I think it's fine. I just need to fucking tomahawk his face. I should have thrown the tomahawk. I was shooting him for 10 minutes. I didn't know if he saw me or not either. That's the weird thing about it. It's a terrible child to go for as well. I can't expect him to be an absolute dumbass. He threw a fucking cluster over the wall. That's so strange.
We're headed to the war zone. Get closing in fast. Unass yourself to the safe zone.
Most wanted contract here. Hey, got one side here.
Really?
drop is inbound. You got a loadout drop inbound.
Movimento.
Gas is inbound, marking a new safe zone.
Moving here. Requesting fire mission. Target mark. Requesting recon flyover.
Strike on the way. No hit, just miss. UAV is being detected.
Gas is closing in.
I wish I could see, man. I wish I could see, bro. What is this? I can't see a damn thing, man. I literally couldn't see a damn thing, bro. Oh my god, man. Must be nice to be able to play the game, dude. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy.
And that's all they wrote. A well-earned redeployment.
4 kills only, dude.
Get a loadout drop here.
Sick. I'm just so dead, it's not even funny.
Gas is closing in. Get to the new safe zone.
Nice, nice.
Lost that one, but we'll get
You've
them
got all the fucking plates in the world and you're playing like a pussy. Crazy. Of course I don't headshot him, dude. I have 2 shots to kill and of course I miss both. Oh my god. Of course he's not man enough to go for another shot. He wants to only shoot me when my back's turned to him. Oh my goodness. I'm ready to game, by the way. Oh man, can't really see you.
Check your weapons, check your gear. We're holding for deployment. Prep time's over. Now you deploy to the war zone.
I want that bird ready in 3 mics. Relay those coordinates. There you are. We got the green light. You're going to the war zone. Grab your gear and shoot. You're up in 3. You are cleared hot on all threats. Watch your ass down there.
I'll see you on the other side. Battle Royale. Be advised, gas is closing in. Proceed to the safe zone. Strongholds located. Targets are marked on your TAC map.
Moving here.
There's just no vehicles over here.
Enemies dropping into the AO.
Right, I'm definitely losing. That has nothing to do with the lobby.
This ain't training camp.
Sick game, dude. Sick game, sick game, sick game. not saying in this. Time for a break.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Join my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, good to see you again.
It's great to see you.
What was it like the last time you did the show?
Well, they tried to kick it off Spotify.
Yeah, it was a very small, noisy group of people, by the way. It wasn't the head people.
Right,
They
but-
tried to make it seem like there was this big movement to get it kicked off Spotify. But when you examine what you were saying, and many more people are saying what you were saying. This was like, what year was this when you were on?
2020.
2020.
Yeah.
It sort of just started boiling.
Yeah.
And now 4 years later, there's a lot of people pushing back.
That's
Yeah.
right. And I thought you were going to never have me on your show again.
Why?
Because, it was very, they had 10 meetings with the employees demanding that it be removed. I thought Joe's going to be so mad at me.
No, they're wrong. They're wrong. Every time someone wants to stop discussions, they're wrong. They're wrong. Especially when you want to try to stop discussions about a very serious and permanent thing that people are advocating to do to children that is also very profitable. And it's a dark, weird sort of a scenario that we're in here right now that's unprecedented, that no one's ever experienced before. And they're using terms like life-saving, gender-affirming care instead of castration and removing breasts and hormones. And it's a very, very strange time. So I'm glad we had that podcast, and I would have 100 more of them.
Great.
I think it's very important to talk about this, and I think there's too many people that are scared to talk about it, and that's why this stuff is getting so much traction. And it's scary. It's scary. It's scary that people aren't willing to admit that children are very easily influenced.
That's right. I think that's the scariest thing of all, that people are afraid to just say the truth.
Yeah.
And that's not a good world, because we can fix most problems if we can talk about them.
Yeah, exactly. And that's my position on anyone trying to stop you from talking about things.
Yeah.
They're wrong. It's not the way to do it.
It's definitely not the American way. And it's not the way we've ever solved problems in this country. And, it's a bad thing when you can't be honest about things.
And the reason why they want to try to do it is because they know that there's too many people that agree with it, and that these people have been silenced before, so they'd like to bully them into silence. They like to scare them into silence. They like to get them canceled. And before Elon purchased Twitter, you used to be able to do that much more effectively.
What, the silencing?
Yeah, the silencing. Yeah, the silencing
that's
is so easy. If
That's
you said, look, Megan Murphy was kicked off of Twitter for years.
That's right.
Just for saying a man is never a woman.
That's right. And there's no question, I think, that Elon taking over Twitter broke open the monopoly on a lot of conversations. I do think that had that effect. And it's really important. Look, if the gender activist position was a good one, they wouldn't have to shut everyone up, right?
Yeah.
They wouldn't have to object. They took my book off Target. They threw a fit, and Target removed the book. And they did it because even though they have hundreds of trans celebratory books, hundreds of books celebrating gender transition for teenagers, even one that was critical of it, that was too much for them, because they knew it would break their monopoly on the narrative.
Well, the really scary thing is when you see these detransitioners get attacked. That's terrifying. That's terrifying because that's just it's so cruel. The complete lack of compassion for someone that's done, as the title of your book, irreversible damage to their life forever. They'll never have children again. They'll never have breasts again. And the fact that this is just a part of this bizarre cult that a giant swath of our population is consumed by right now.
That's right. And they didn't let detransitioners be part of the story.
Yeah.
That there was a growing number of these women who were regretting their transition, and they had something. They were brave enough to speak up, and that took real courage, because they're talking about their own experience, their own damage, their own bodies.
Yeah.
They were the most courageous of all, and they were treated horribly by the activists.
Yeah, it's so dark. Like, you don't want to think that people can make mistakes. Even if you think that people should be allowed to transition when they're young, you don't think that some people are going to do it and regret it? That's insane.
Right.
You think that everybody who goes through surgery to remove parts of their body because they feel like they're in the wrong gender, you think all those people are going to be happy? That's insanity.
Yeah, it's like a religion in the sense of the fundamentalism of belief against all evidence to the contrary. These people believed this on faith. It was a creed, and there was no disabusing them of this, even when there was growing evidence of thousands of young women regretting it.
Well, finally now the New York Times is on board, though, which is really interesting.
It is,
And
isn't
I saw someone commenting on Twitter, and I think they're probably correct. And they said this is because the trial lawyers are involved now. And I think they're correct. I think this is why the New York Times has kind of shifted sides, because I think they realize the lawsuits are coming. And once a few of them are successful, and they will be, it's going to get crazy.
Well, I think that is a part of it, but I don't think the lawsuits are going to solve it as easily as they did, say, the repressed memory scandal of prior eras, and the multiple personality disorder, all these people who thought they had repressed memory of various kinds of harm, and were imagining childhood molestation that didn't happen. But
You're talking about like the satanic stuff from the 80s?
From the 80s, that whole
Yeah.
satanic. I think that got reversed through lawsuits, in part because they weren't following clear medical, clear protocols of their profession. The problem with the gender, going after the gender regime through the courts, and I'm in favor of it, don't get me wrong, but the problem is that the gender therapists, the therapists, the doctors were all following protocol when they transitioned a kid to, and cut up their bodies in various ways, incapacitated them in various ways. They were actually following affirmative care, which is the official protocol. So
Which is crazy.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
It's so crazy that there's so many things that we don't allow children to do because we know that children can't really make lifelong decisions at the age of 11 and 12 and 13, but yet we'll let them in this case.
That's right.
It's so nuts.
Yeah, I when I look back on it, there were a few. There were a few sort of lessons of it, but one of the things that really stood out was that almost in every case, there were medical professionals who should have known better, and very often therapists who should have known better, encouraging a young girl who was a little anxious or had some anxiety, had some depression, encouraging her down this road as a solution.
Yeah. But it's also not recognizing what we know about what happens to people when they give them testosterone. So testosterone alleviates anxiety. Testosterone creates a feeling of euphoria.
Right.
It does a lot, especially when you give it to someone in doses that their body would never normally have.
That's right. That's right. And so what the girls would go on it, and they would feel great, and they would become evangelists for testosterone. They would tell all their friends, "You got to do this. I feel great. All my anxiety is gone." Of course, now they may have a permanent 5 o'clock shadow.
Yeah. Changing their voice.
change on their
everything.
voice.
When they detransition, that never goes away.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very dark. It's very dark, and I would have never imagined this. I would have never imagined that. Before COVID, I had a completely different opinion of the medical establishment. My opinion of the medical establishment is that they were there to help people. That's it. I never questioned it. I questioned the motives of some of the pharmaceutical drug companies that were trying to sell drugs. But this episode is brought to you by Buffalo Trace Distillery. I actually have some Buffalo Trace cigars here they just sent me. One of the world's... But I felt like the medical establishment always figured that out eventually, and then they banned those drugs, the ones that were harmful. But that's not real. That's not really what happens. It's a money game. The whole thing's a money and influence game. It's run by very powerful people, and no one wants to think that those same factors are at play when it comes to gender transition. But, you know, I've shown people the map of gender transition clinics in 2007 versus gender transition clinics in 2023, and it's fucking insane.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah, hundreds and hundreds of new gender clinics all across the country. You know, the industry expanded so rapidly with very little oversight, and it was just how fast could we get these drugs to these kids?
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I agree with you. There wasn't enough oversight, but there also weren't enough good people speaking up. A lot of the best doctors were like, I didn't enter the medical profession to do this. They went silent, or they referred to others. They said, why don't you, let me refer you to a specialist. Well, actually, the gender surgeons often, weren't even, adequate to the task. It's very, very complicated surgery, involving, transferring peripheral nerves and whatnot. So it's not easy surgery, depending on which surgery you're talking about. Very often, they weren't even the most qualified surgeons doing the surgery. So you had a lot of, surgeries that didn't go quite right.
Well, none of them go quite right. I mean, that's what's dark about it. I mean, you're creating a new thing. Whether you're creating a penis or whether you're turning a penis into a vagina. This is not like heart surgery. This is not something they've been doing forever. That they have this long history of doing it successfully, and they know exactly how to do it correctly. The whole thing is very twisted.
Yeah, the rates of all kinds of things going wrong. I mean, if you talk about the creation of the neophallus, the ones that you take vagina to make something like a penis, the number getting it to urine to go in a stream as opposed to a spray, or making it so that the person can have an erection, then a strong enough erection to actually penetrate. These are all require separate surgeries very often. Very often it doesn't go quite right, and there's all kinds of complications with the surgeries. And I've talked to people who've been really butchered.
So again, what was it like for you? Did you expect, when you wrote that book, did you expect the kind of blowback that you experienced? Like, what did you expect when you wrote the book? Obviously, you felt the need to express this, and you felt the need to share this information because you recognize that there's like this contagion, this social contagion that seems to be happening. It's a big part of what's going on. And a lot of these kids are very easily influenced. A lot of them are on the spectrum, and they're being led down this road. So you write this book. What did you expect was going to be the reaction to it?
Well, most books get very little attention at all. So most books, right, I certainly didn't expect the massive reaction that I got. I mean, the public campaign to ban me from every possible outlet was so hypercharged, and to some extent, it was successful. I mean, they kept the book on Amazon. It was deleted from Target. You can't find it in a public library in America, no matter how many people try to donate it to their libraries. So to some extent, it was successful. But the campaign to stifle the book, but because I made it onto places like your podcast, because I made it into Amazon, people got it. Parents got it, and for the first time, I think parents had another source of information besides the activist narrative of, you're either going to have a live a live son or a dead daughter. This lie that your child's going to kill themselves if you don't do exactly what I say and let them transition now. This lie was the prevailing narrative, and I think I was able to break through, and I think that's what made people so angry.
That lie falls apart in scrutiny when you look at the suicide rates of people that are trans.
Right. There's actually a new study out of Finland showing that, a really good long-term study, I think it came out maybe just this week, showing that the rates when you control for other mental health issues, the rates of suicide among those with gender dysphoria, discomfort with the biological sex, the rates of suicide are no higher than for the general population.
That's crazy. Your new book, Bad Therapy: Why Kids Aren't Growing Up.
Yes.
What's wrong with therapy? What are they doing wrong?
They're giving it to kids who aren't sick, who aren't actually struggling with mental illness or disorder. They're giving it to everybody. So what they're doing is they're making existing problems worse, and they're introducing new problems. Because therapy has side effects. Just like any intervention that has the power to help, it also has the power to harm.
In what way?
Well, there's a whole body of research on some of the side effects of therapy, and they include things like alienation from spouse, alienation from parents, worsening of depression, worsening of anxiety, feeling of incapacity, feeling like you can't do things without consulting your therapist. All those are well-known iatrogenic effects. Feeling, once you have a mental diagnosis, the labeling, feeling limited by that label. Oh, I have anxiety, I can't. So all those things are well-known what they call iatrogenic effects, meaning whenever a medical procedure actually introduces harm, that's an iatrogenic effect, and we know that, of course, drugs and surgeries always come with, even the life-saving ones can come with some harm, and what people might not know is that therapy comes with these risks as well.
So is this your opinion on therapy in general? Do you think there's a place for therapy?
Absolutely. But I guess the big picture theme here is that therapy with kids and teens is totally different for therapy with an adult, right? An adult sits down, first of all, an adult makes the decision on their own. I really want to work on this, I'm going to go to a therapist. And you get the patient buy-in, and they're ready to do the hard work of therapy. But a child or teenager is usually strong-armed into therapy, so they don't want to be there in the first place. But more importantly, they can't say as easily to a therapist, listen, I don't really think, I think it gave the wrong impression. I don't think I would call my mom emotionally abusive. Or it's much harder for them to say, listen, I know I was bullied in middle school, but I don't think I have PTSD. It's harder for a kid to say that because they don't have the life experience behind them to know that, and they don't know if they're getting better as easily. An adult can say, I've been seeing this therapist for 3 years, my depression's as bad as it ever was. It's just not working, and move on. Maybe find a different therapist. It's much harder for a teenager to know that.
Yeah, I've never been in therapy, although a lot of people told me I should. They all are in therapy, and it doesn't seem to be helping. But the people that I know that are in therapy, the ones that are in therapy regularly, are the most fucked up. And I don't see improvement. I mean, maybe it's just a biased sampling of the people that I know that are doing it, but it's the people that, and it's not all of them, but the ones that I find problematic are very self-indulgent. And there's something about going to a therapist and talking about yourself constantly and your problems constantly that sort of reinforces the self-indulgent.
And that's what can lead depression to get worse, sadness to get worse. As you sit and focus on your pain, if you're not careful, especially with teens and kids, it can make the pain, the worry, the feeling of being harmed worse. And I think that's what we're seeing.
But what about the good
Yeah.
therapists? Aren't there good therapists that can give you tools to sort of change your patterns of thinking and behavior and move in a positive way?
So if you're struggling with a condition of some sort, a phobia, anorexia, OCD, any number of problems that you want to deal with, therapy can be great. Cognitive behavioral therapy especially can be great. But if you're a teen or kid who shows up bummed out or just generally kind of anxious, to a therapist, you have a good shot of having that problem made worse.
But why is that? What is it about going to therapy with that problem that's going to make it worse?
Because you're going to sit and talk about your worries regularly. They're not going to say, that exercise is amazing for depression. Study after study. In fact, there have been recent studies showing it's better than antidepressants for a lot of,
1.25%.
I mean, it's amazing, right? Like,
Oh, excuse me, 1.25, like 1 times better.
Right. Dancing is apparently amazing for, low mood. Now, I'm not talking about severe major depressive disorder, okay? When you have severe chronic depression, you may need to treat it with medication or therapy. But for, low mood, sort of mild to moderate depression, exercise turns out to be better, and it doesn't have those side effects.
Yeah.
But let me give you an example of a teenager I talked to. So I talked to this girl, Becca, that's what I call her in the book. But she was a high school senior, and she had been in therapy since age 6, okay, when her parents divorced. She didn't have any diagnosed mental disorder of any kind, but she had regularly been in therapy because her parents divorced, and they said, you got to go to therapy. So I asked her as a high school senior, so what are you working on with your therapist now? And she said to me, my therapist is getting me ready to make friends in college. She's helping me.
Oh, boy.
So we're rehearsing, we're going through my past experiences, and we're talking about how to get me ready to make friends in college.
It gives me anxiety just thinking about
Right.
it. Someone coaching me to go make friends is like, what?
Right. Do you see, this generation feels that it can't do because they've gotten so much oversight and so much needless mental health intervention that they're questioning themselves all the time. They're in their heads all the time.
And what motivated you to write this book? Like, do you have personal experiences with people that are going through this?
Well, two things. Like, one is I'm raising 3 kids in this generation, so I wanted to know, like, why was the generation that got the most mental health intervention, the most therapy, the most psych meds, the most interventions in schools, the most therapeutic parenting, why were they in the most distress? And why were they so afraid to grow up? And we shouldn't see that. These should be the picture of wellness. Nobody worried about anybody's mental health more than we worry about their mental health. And yet they're the picture of despair. So I really wanted to know, like, what was going on with them. And also, of course, I'd written Irreversible Damage, and I knew from that, experience that very often when a young woman would tell a story about when her life went desperately off track, it was with a therapist. And here's the thing, it wasn't necessarily a gender therapist. Most often, it was just your vanilla psychodynamic therapist who was there to talk to an anxious or little bummed out teen, mildly depressed teen about their bad feelings. And lo and behold, during the course of, regular psychodynamic therapy, they would say, and what are your feelings on gender? And with the therapist, they would go down that route.
Wow. There's a lot of other factors too, right, that's contributing to kids' anxiety today, and a big one has to be social media.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Social media is a huge part of the story. There's no question. I wrote about it in the first book, and, Jonathan Haidt, Jean Twenge have been talking about it for 8 years now, and they've brought rigor and important research to show that has, extracting kids from their social world is bad.
Yeah.
And getting them, making them, getting the dopamine hit and the, the anxious, worry about who's going to write me back and when, and then getting the dopamine hit when they get that response, and that whole cycle, there's no question that plays on our natural sort of, propensities for addiction, and makes kids more anxious. But I think it's part of what we're seeing. I don't think it's the whole story. And the reason I don't think it's the whole story is a few things. First of all, childhood mental health and adolescent mental health has been in precipitous decline in this country since the 1950s. So
And how do they measure that?
So from, let's say, by every measure, by the way, but let's say take between 1955 and 1988, the rates of adolescent suicide quadrupled. So that's just one measure, but there are many. I mean, we've seen it from non-suicidal self-harm, suicidal self-harm. All of these rates have gone up for adolescents. But they've been in decline for mental health in this, of teens has been in decline for years. There's also some other statistics or some other reasons. I don't think phones explain the whole story. One of them is that in 2016, the CDC came out with a report, and they said that 1 in 6 kids between the ages of 2 and 8, these aren't kids with smartphones, between the ages of 2 and 8, 1 in 6 kids had a mental health or behavioral diagnosis. That's a lot of kids. That's a lot of kids with a mental health diagnosis, right?
Do you think that it factors parents with mental health issues? And there's, I think, more adults are anxious. More adults are suffering from anxiety and depression, at least diagnosed anxiety and depression, now than ever before.
I think adults are absolutely passing on their anxiety to their kids. And actually, we're seeing that in, Jean Twenge came out with this book, Generations. And one of the things she said in it is that boys, even though teenage girls have the worst mental health in general, boys from liberal families had worse mental health than girls from conservative families in terms of anxiety and depression. So why should that be? We know the girls are on social media more, right?
Mhm.
Boys, that's not their thing, right? They're into video games or whatever. But I think part of the reason is what you said. There are certain families that are passing on anxiety about things like climate change. But I also think it shows that it's in the environment we're giving them. We're not giving kids a healthy life, right? We think that we can give them an unhealthy life and just pour in the mental health resources and remediate. But it doesn't work like that. And then the last reason I don't think that phones totally explain everything, or social media, is because in societies where they use just as much social media, it's not great for the kids' mental health, no doubt, but they have much better rates of anxiety and depression than we do. Countries like Japan and Israel, where kids have more independence, they have more freedom, they're able to take more risks on their own, and they walk home from school, they do all kinds of jobs outside of the house, like run errands for the family, and they get a feeling of, first of all, short-term joy and long-term satisfaction from being able to take risks, see what they can handle, but also a feeling of efficacy in the world.
So that's an interesting statistic that you were saying that. So conservative families have less depressed kids. Is that what you're saying?
Apparently, boys from liberal families have higher anxiety rates than girls from conservative families.
But above, like, if you just looked at the norm, more girls generally
Yes.
have anxiety.
Right.
But in conservative families, girls are less anxious than boys from liberal families.
That's right. And I mean, we can speculate as to why. There are lots of proposed reasons for that. But one of the many, things that we might, first of all, we know it's in the environment at that point. It's not an organic, whatever these kids are going through, it's not organic, right? So we know it's something we're pouring into their life. And I think one of the things might be that, aside from the fact that parents in conservative families may be more comfortable asserting their authority with kids, and that's an old finding. We've known for generations now that authoritative parenting meaning not cold parenting, not cruel, not unloving,
Rules.
but rules. Those kids have better mental health, they're happier, and they're more successful in all kinds of ways. So it may be something to do with comfort with rules, but also they're less likely to turn their kids' lives over to a mental health expert.
So what is the speculation as to why rules alleviate anxiety? Is it because there's structure? There's more structure to the world, so things seem less open-ended and less chaotic. And
That's right. I think it's something to do with that. Kids need guardrails. They know they're not ready to be in charge. Parents today are so quick to put kids in charge. What do you want? Where would you like to go to school? What would you like to eat for dinner? Putting kids in charge. But we've known since the 1960s. Diana Baumrind did this research years ago, and it's some of the sturdiest research we have because they've replicated it hundreds of times. And they've shown that loving parents who are also rule-bound, they call them authoritative, not authoritarian, which is the cold, unloving rule-bound, but the loving and rule-bound parents tend to raise the happiest kids because kids knows their guardrails. And here's the thing: the people who are making the rules aren't some expert mom hired. They're the people who love me most. They're my parents. They're the ones in charge. I think that's really comforting to kids.
that's interesting because that's not what people think of when they think of authoritative parents.
Right.
They think of parents that are restricting their children, and the children are going to rebel.
That's right. I mean, there's a lot of really good research on this, but it actually doesn't create more rebellious kids. By virtually every metric, they do much better in all kinds of circumstances and in all kinds of situations. And what they used to have was permissive parents and authoritarian parents. Those were the other two extremes. Permissive parents let kids do whatever they wanted, and authoritarian parents, said obey at all costs, and they were fairly cold. And their kids didn't end up great in terms of mental health. But today we don't even have permissive parents in my view. I think we have something even worse. We have permissive parents who are therapeutic, meaning they're always asking kids what they want, but they're never asserting their authority, but they're doing something else. They're hovering and surveilling their kids. And so it's permissive without the independence.
Yeah, that's a weird one, right? Like the snap maps and stuff
Yeah,
where you're following your kids
right.
around Snapchat.
They're surveilling them. These kids have no independence. They have no space for mom. It's not or dad, and it's not doing them any good.
Why do you think it is that things have moved in this general direction? Like, why do you think it is that more parents are seeking psychotherapy for their children and that it's having this negative effect?
So I think, I'm at the tail end of Gen X. 1978 was the year I was born. And I think with we were the high watermark of divorce. And I think a lot of, teenagers who grew up when I did, they felt like, my parents were divorced. They weren't there for me. I wish I had someone I could talk to. And so they sort of naively, and they had good experiences in therapy. And they sort of naively, watched Good Will Hunting. And they thought, therapy is good for everyone. And they sort of naively turned their kids over to a mental health expert right away. At the first, I talked to moms who signed their kids up for therapy because a cat died, because their grandma died, because basically anything that would happen in their life, even routine events. And yeah, look, having your grandparents die is very sad, but that's not, a unexpected trauma. That's part of life, right?
Yeah.
And signing up your kid with a therapist might help if they're having a real problem, but it could also introduce other problems. And I think that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, there's a reluctance to let children experience discomfort.
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
And that's really the only way you learn. We learn. I mean, obviously, bad feelings can be devastating, but bad feelings also can let you understand the landscape of the world better and understand what to do and what not to do and what the consequences are of certain actions. I had some friends when I was growing up that became addicted to drugs, and it sealed the deal for me. Like with cocaine was a big one. Like, I've never tried cocaine, and one of the main reasons is because of my friends that I had when I was in high school. I saw the negative. It was horrible. It was horrible to experience. It's horrible as a friend to watch all that go down. But those bad feelings teach you something. They teach you something very important about what the consequences of certain behavior are.
That's exactly right. There's this amazing long-term study on kids who lived through the Depression. And they found that the kids who ended up, and they followed these kids they were born 1920, 1921, and they followed them long-term. And you know who did the best in the Great Depression? It wasn't the poorest kids whose parents, killed themselves or abandoned them. And it wasn't the rich kids who didn't feel the Depression at all. It was the kids of the deprived middle class, the ones who had to take in extra jobs, wear hand-me-downs, do extra work. Those people ended up so scrappy and so strong. And here's the thing, they also ended up happy, really happy, because they were resilient. They had lived through something, they had learned it, and they learned this amazing gratitude when things went right.
Yeah, that's the thing. Overcoming adversity and becoming resilient. There's no pill for that. You can't just talk through that. You have to actually experience it.
That's right. And we spend so much time worrying about trying to make our kids happy, and we don't spend enough time trying to make them strong. And you know what? We've made them neither. Because making happiness your goal is actually a recipe for being unhappy. And if you don't make a kid strong, he can't be happy. And, I think about my grandmother, and, because everybody has, if anybody thinks about their grandparents, they went through some hard stuff, right? I tell the story in the book. My own grandmother lived through the Depression. Her mother died in childbirth, giving birth to her. She was bounced around. She had to be taken out of her father's home. I don't know if there was abuse. It's not clear, but somebody decided she should be taken out of her father's home. And he was raising 4 kids by himself. And when her oldest sister married at 17, she went to live with her. Then she ended up at 16. She got spinal bulbar polio. She ended up in an iron lung for a year. And she went on to college. She married. She raised 3 kids. She went to night school. She became one of the first judges in Maryland, female judges in Maryland. And she was the happiest person I knew. And that's the kicker. Like, it wasn't just that she achieved so much. She was someone who took in foster kids her whole life. She was a happy person who felt grateful all the time. And today, a school counselor would take one look at her and say, "You've been through a lot of trauma. We should talk about it."
But there's got to be some middle ground, isn't there? Is there some middle ground where children can have someone they can confide in and have conversations with that can express these things to them, that although you're going through something awful, that resilience is actually going to serve you in the long run? And even though this feels terrible now, on the other side of it, you will have new tools that will help you manage life?
If that was what school counselors said to kids, that would be amazing. But the problem is the mental health profession doesn't track. There's no requirement that they track negative side effects. They're not measuring in general. Now, I have some exceptions that I mentioned in the book, but in general, they're not measuring. Is your anxiety getting better? Like cognitive behavioral therapists will often measure, and they'll often say to a parent, "I'm going to see him for this many sessions, and we're going to measure and make sure the phobia is improving." But very often, they'll just talk about the pain. And talking about the pain regularly, endlessly, is often not as good for a kid as joining the basketball team.
So we are talking about essentially the title of the book, which is bad therapy.
Yeah.
There has to be some good therapy,
Sure.
right?
Good therapy is therapy for a kid who needs it, not preventive.
Only.
I think so.
So, like, what do you think the requirements would be for someone to get good therapy? Like, what would have to be wrong in the child's life?
I think it would be something where the parent has tried to stabilize the kid, that they have a problem, it's interfering with functioning, and they can't stabilize the kid. They've tried other methods, and if they still can't stabilize the kid, I think therapy could be absolutely, really helpful. And I think you should then research the therapist like you would any surgeon.
So, do you think it's something like antidepressants where it's just overprescribed?
Yes.
Where everything looks like a nail if you have a hammer?
Right. It's way, way, way overprescribed. By the way, we have so many mentally unwell people in our streets who are completely underserved and undertreated. And I think the reason is treating them is really hard.
We also have a lot of mentally ill therapists. I was reading this crazy story about this therapist who convinced her patient, to murder her ex.
Wow.
Yeah, she got this guy to fall in love with her, and then she got him to go and murder her ex.
I mean, I believe it. You know,
Of
like,
course.
I mean, there's no question.
Therapists are humans.
Therapists are humans, and a lot of times when you talk to people who went through a PhD in psychology, they'll tell you that some of their colleagues were a little scary because they entered the profession because they had mental health struggles of their own.
Right.
And it's important that a therapist not, inject their own problems into the therapy. And for that, you need a really good qualified person. And I don't think that's the majority of what kids are getting.
No. So how do you know what these kids are experiencing when they're having this therapy? Like, what are we basing this on? Do we get reports from the children of what they talked about with the therapist and know that that has had a negative effect?
Oh, okay. So first of all, there is no oversight, which is a huge problem, right? There's no one. The profession doesn't require it. They're not measuring harms. They're not tracking harms. The medical professions, of course, do require it, right? They're federally required. If you have an adverse reaction to a drug, it gets reported. But with therapy, there is no tracking. But there's something else too. We know that as a treatment enters a population pool and it becomes more accessible and more prevalent, the rates of disease or malady or disorder should go down, right? We've seen this with breast cancer. 1989 was a high watermark of breast cancer, death from breast cancer. As screening improved, as it got more prevalent and more accessible to people, rates of death from breast cancer have plummeted. So why are the people who are getting the most treatment and the most access to mental health treatment, they're having the worst anxiety and depression? Why? It's skyrocketing. It should be going down. If the treatment were effective, it would be going down.
But there are those other factors that we talked about, like social media, living in the age of the internet. This is a bizarre time to be a child. I think the children today are experiencing unprecedented pressure in a weird way that no one knows how to navigate because no one grew up with it besides them.
Right. So if you're talking about things like social media, I do think that makes childhood worse and harder. There's no question. There are other things that are making childhood uniquely, hard in some sense. Now, of course, we have generations that have lived through pandemics, Great Depression, economic deprivation, and all kinds of things. But two things. One, with any population, you would want to see some dent in the depression. We're not seeing that. Okay. But the other thing is, where were the mental health experts with social media? Right? They could have called for a ban. They didn't.
I don't think they knew right away, right? It had never existed before.
No, but there's been really good evidence for the last 8 years. I don't think there's a parent alive who doesn't already know that social media is bad for kids, right? We've known the phones. We see what they do. We see how angry kids get when you try to take them away.
Mm-hmm.
We know that there's like this addictive element and the kids act a little crazed. We can see it, and we've known that. I mean, there's been good research out for 8 years now. Why have the mental health organizations who have been in 2020 warning the Congress about climate change, systemic racism, police tactics? They were quick to announce their views on all those things. They had nothing to say about the lockdowns. They had nothing to say about social media. They never called for a ban on social media. They never issued the same warning that doctors gave about cigarettes. Why?
Because social media does have some positive aspects to it, unlike cigarettes, right? There's
Cigarettes have positive aspects. They're neural stimulants. They're social.
right, but it gives you cancer.
Long term.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not
I know what
an
you're
advocate for cigarettes.
I see what
Okay.
you're saying. I see what you're saying.
But
Yeah.
but bottom line, they lead to cancer, and the medical establishment, the Surgeon General felt like we had to warn the public they lead to cancer. And just like that, if you're a responsible organization, you have to warn people. Hey, you know what? The social media is really bad for kids. We're seeing their anxiety get worse. They're on their phones all day long, even in school. We've known for 8 years now that the research has been out. Sorry, we're warning parents. We don't want to see smartphones in schools, and we think no teenager should be on social media. They could say that.
Do you think anybody would listen to that? That seems like the problem with that is it's like trying to put the water back in the dam. I just don't believe that would be effective.
Well,
maybe they could have said something about it at the very beginning. If we knew the consequences of social media, let's go back to like 2005
Right.
or something like that, before it was really a thing. If they started seeing it happen, if they could put the kibosh on it then. But now that it's so ubiquitous, I can't imagine a world where anybody would effectively say, there's a state that's trying, was it Montana that's trying to ban TikTok?
Okay.
Wasn't
I don't know.
isn't it?
I believe it.
There's like some state that's trying to ban TikTok for kids.
A few states have sued multiple companies. Let me find out.
For what though?
Something about kids using it. States.
Is it because of their access to questionable material?
Find out specifically. October 24th here. Multi-state federal lawsuit. Doesn't on the screen. Dozens of states are suing Instagram parent Meta over addictive.
Okay, dozens of states sue Instagram parent Meta over addictive features and youth mental health harms. So this is I think they're talking about algorithms. They're talking about how algorithms target children and demand users' constant attention. Meta has profited from children's pain by intentionally designing its platforms with manipulative features that make children addicted to their platforms while lowering their self-esteem. Yeah, that's that lady from New York. Social media companies, including Meta, have contributed to a national youth mental health crisis, and they must be held accountable. Yeah. Interesting.
Florida's got a separate lawsuit for misleading users about potential health risks.
How did they mislead them?
I have to read the lawsuit.
So it says Meta's design choices and practices take advantage and contribute to young users' susceptibility to addiction, the complaint reads. They exploit psychological vulnerabilities of young users through the false promise that meaningful social connection lies in the next story, image, or video, and that ignoring the next piece of social content could lead to social isolation. That seems like a stretch. I don't think they say that. No one says that ignoring the next piece of social content could lead to social isolation. What they do say is that children feel left out if they're not on social media because there's a lot of these little chat groups and they share videos and information. That's how they find about songs and bands that they like and movies that they like and television shows they like. So it is a part of society today, sort of an inexorable part of society.
Well, why? I mean, I think there are a couple of reasons why. One of them is we made no effort to even stop them during the school day, right? That would have been really easy.
Yeah.
You can be on your phone, just not during the school day. That's so obvious that it's almost pathetic that we don't have that already in place, right? Because why do you need to be checking your text? You're in school with your friends, right? So there were things that we could do and could have done, but we didn't do them. And I think one of the reasons was that I think that mental health experts, I know there are therapists who allow therapy over text message, right? They have.
That seems crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy, but they have made no effort to stop this, to warn the public about this. And frankly, I think in many cases they've undermined it, right? There are therapists who went on Zoom and never went back. Right?
Yeah,
They'll still
Zoom
see-
is a little different, right? Because you actually are interacting with a person, even though it's through a screen. You're communicating with them, right?
You are, but you get none of the benefits of in person. So, they have measured, and the benefits of being in person, seeing someone face to face, the psychic benefits are real. Even when you're with someone you don't want to be with. The kids who went home for the lockdowns and were in a big household full of relatives they didn't want to be stuck with when they wanted to be in college,
Right.
they did better in terms of mental health than the kids who were isolated and stayed in school.
Right, but you're sort of arguing against therapy, but yet saying therapy in person is better than therapy on Zoom. Is that
For sure.
Yeah.
I'm not arguing against. First of all, adults can see therapists for any reason, and that's totally not only up to them. I think they have the stand to get. They are in a much better position to possibly benefit from it. I'm concerned about therapy for kids, especially kids who don't really need it, who are a little bummed out. But in any case, we know that Zoom therapy or text therapy for the most anxious generation, for the most socially phobic generation, supposedly, well, that's not helpful.
So the thing that gets me about therapy
Yeah.
that I've always talked the people that I know they're doing it all the time. Says I don't know how much you should be thinking about yourself.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
know. I mean, is there a certain amount of time you should allocate to thinking about yourself and your own feelings and problems, and how much of that is self-indulgent, and how much of that feeds that anxiety itself?
I mean, it does. Thinking about yourself is the same as unhappiness in a certain sense, right? It is indistinguishable from anxiety and depression. And if you just think about how our football coaches motivate a team at halftime. What do? They focus the team on the task ahead.
Mhm.
That's the way to
Yeah.
get them motivated. That's the way to help them complete it.
Yeah.
Okay. What they don't say is, Johnson, are you still upset about your parents' divorce?
Yeah, that's
Right?
That's not gonna
Tell me
happen
about your
at all.
feelings.
Yeah, that's not
Why
gonna
don't they do it? It's not just because they're repressed. It's because they know that if you want to get anything done in this world, you need to, yes, repress your feelings for a time and focus on the task.
But is it even repressing your feelings, or is it just not indulging those feelings and letting those feelings be the primary focus?
I think it's the same thing. I
Yeah.
don't mean permanently.
Right.
I don't mean there isn't a place for it. But when you're in school, focusing on seeing your friends and going to recess or whatever else is, the basketball, whatever the activity, is really good for you as opposed to sitting around and thinking about doing social emotional learning and thinking about the pain you're feeling right now, the emotional pain. That's not going to help you get through your geometry test.
Yeah. Well, that is one thing that's fascinating about human beings is that tasks and difficult endeavors seem to make people happier.
Yeah.
Especially when you complete them.
That's right.
And it gives you positive reinforcement that you actually can get through something difficult, and that the end result, the feeling of accomplishment, is very valuable.
That's right. And one of the hardest, most worrisome parts of this generation is that they have the lowest sense of efficacy. They report an external locus of control, meaning they don't think they can improve their lives. See, millennials thought they could do anything, right? They're the Mark Zuckerberg generation, and that's why we had so many tech founders in that generation. We're not seeing that with these young people. They don't want to be in charge. They're afraid, and they don't feel up to it. I talked to there's a friend of mine I call every year on her birthday, and she's a research scientist, cell biologist. And every year she invites kids to her lab for an internship who are top kids, pre-med graduates from college before they go into med school. And she said to me in the last decade, when I called her this year for her birthday, she said to me, "I can't believe you're writing about this generation. They're so different." And I said, "Tell me why." She said, "I'm seeing the smartest, most prepared kids, and they're afraid to run their own experiments. They tell me they're getting ready. They're working on their skills. They're not yet up to it, and they constantly report to me about their mental health, how they're feeling today. They can't just take a chance and go with it."
Mm. Phew. It's weird because as a parent, like, you want to hear kids out, and when they're having like some sort of anxiety and issue, you want to talk with them and you want to talk through it. You don't want to tell them, "Hey, you're gonna have to suck it up." I never say that, and I probably should. I mean, I don't know if I should, but I mean, if I had boys, I probably would. I think I would probably treat them differently. But I think that there's a fine line. Like,
Yeah.
where's the point of diminishing returns? Like, where is it valuable to address feelings and anxiety and thoughts, and is it irresponsible to do so without giving them tools to mitigate those things, and along with those tools to explain to them that there's things that they're going to have to do in this life that are very difficult, but that there's a great reward in doing these very difficult things?
So the problem, as I see it, is not that you're not saying suck it up. It's that no one ever says suck it up, no matter how minor the scratch to these kids. Okay. And sometimes being told you'll live. Remember when
Yeah.
Dad used to say you'll live, or shake it off? We never hear shake it off anymore. No one says it. So they don't know they can overcome even minor injuries. And the truth is, they can. They can. But they recently did these studies on these coping techniques. They taught coping techniques to teenagers, over 1,000 teenagers in Australia. It's called the Wise Teens program. They talked to and that was the point. It was just to help them with emotional regulation. And it turned out it made kids sadder and more anxious. They measured this, and the reason was regularly ruminating on your bad feelings can make you feel worse.
Did you talk to therapists when you did this?
Yeah, a lot of therapists.
Yeah. How many of them agree with you?
So there was a huge split. The academic research psychologists overwhelmingly agreed. They were aware of the literature, and they said, yeah, these are bad practices. Here are things we shouldn't be doing with kids. What was interesting is a lot of the clinical therapists were either minimized the risks of therapy or denied that there were any.
But isn't that like Jiffy Lube? Like, when you tell them, you don't need to change oil that much. Well, it's their business to change oil.
Right, exactly. So like I talked to this one amazing child psychologist who said to me, I start by having my patients sign a waiver in which they acknowledge that there can be risks. And the reason I would do that is because I don't want them to experience harm. So if they see that their worries are getting worse, they have to tell me.
Huh. Well, do they? Would they? I mean, it seems like the therapist is the one who's in control, right?
Right.
The therapist is the expert. They're the one who has the authority.
Right. Well, I mean, this one was Camilo Ortiz, was one of the, he was the one I talked to, and the one that I was referring to there. And first of all, he always starts it there by setting the number of sessions. He doesn't treat a kid like an annuity. You're gonna, be my income stream for years.
Right.
He attacks, and also they come to him with an actual problem, like chronic bedwetting, like, various kinds of phobia.
Mhm.
There are people who treat anorexia. They're tackling a problem.
Right.
And some of those therapies are extremely necessary and very successful.
When this person that you were just describing, if they get someone that comes to them that doesn't have a real problem, do they turn them away?
Well, you can ask, but very often the therapists don't turn them away. That's the problem.
Right.
Too many therapists. I mean, I saw, I think back to the first book, and I would ask, did anyone have a therapist who said, you know what, I don't think the trans identity fits you?
Right.
That doesn't seem to make sense to me. In almost no cases did the therapist stop a girl from going down that road. No, you don't have gender dysphoria. Listen, it's mostly little boys. Okay, it's overwhelmingly starts with little boys, and you see it in men. It's overwhelmingly male phenomenon, and it always starts ages 2 to 4. So you discovering this at age 12, let me tell you something with your friends, it's so unlikely, we don't even need to go there. They never said that.
Well, I think they get scared of the blowback as well.
Yeah,
right?
sure.
And what they would hear from their parents. You're telling my child they don't have a problem, they have a problem.
Well, also the incentive is for therapists to treat the least sick for the longest period of time. That's the incentive. Because you don't want the schizophrenic patient who really needs you.
Right.
They're really hard to treat.
Almost impossible.
Almost impossible, right? You don't want the bipolar patient.
Right.
Some people will refuse to see those patients. But the teenager with a little social anxiety, parent pays on time, they're not getting violent in your session.
Oh, boy. Wow. I never really considered that until your book. Until I heard the title of your book and I read the synopsis of it, I never really considered it. I never considered that thinking about your problems all the time and talking about your problems all the time literally make your problems grow.
That's right. I mean, it's the number one symptom of depression is what they call rumination, this pathological obsessing over your pain.
Yeah.
That's why stuff like exercise, that's one of the reasons, aside from chemical reasons, one of the reasons that doing it, that running errands is good for your mental health, getting out of your house and accomplishing anything is good for you. But sitting around talking and thinking about your problems, that's a bad habit. And the best cognitive behavioral therapists and others, the dialectical behavioral therapists, the ones who do really well with depression, the first thing they do is try to break that bad pattern. But a lot of therapists just indulge it.
It's a luxury that's provided to you by a life that's fairly safe. people that live in war-torn countries and have very difficult lives, they don't have that luxury of just sitting around all day and doing nothing and, oh, I go outside and run errands. That's going to make me feel better. You're dealing with like real stress.
That's right.
And I think that there's an expression that someone told me once, and I say it all the time. The worst thing that's ever happened to you is the worst thing that's ever happened to you. If it's you got a dent in your car or it's your parents get killed in a car accident, either one of those things is the worst thing. Depending upon the level of whatever stress or anxiety or horrible things you've experienced in your life, that sort of measure, that's your watermark for what you can and can't tolerate.
That's right. And what we should be telling kids is that the amazing story of human history is of resilience. It used to be the case that people lost a sibling. That was common. People lost a parent. That still happens, right? These things still happen. And the amazing story of human history is that doesn't mean it's not painful, but of resilience. They get on. They aren't permanently suffering with mental illness or mental problem. They form families. They are responsible in their jobs. They show up for work. They can be depended on by their friends. That's the story of human survival and resilience. And unfortunately, we're telling kids, no, you've had trauma.
Yeah. Yeah, you've had trauma and you need to work through that trauma.
Right.
It's not just, this is just a part of life. And, what you need to do is just go out there and live your life and you'll get over it.
And, the thing is, the truth is that most kids and most people did. In other words, that didn't mean that dad didn't lose his job and they were forced out of the, they had to lose their house, or these things happen. They've happened in every family. And I think one of the many reasons that kids don't know this today is we've cut them off from extended family. The story of their grandparents is a story of resilience in almost every case, right? You hear about your family history and you're going to hear a story of pain and survival and resilience and overcoming. But today you've got teenagers who say, oh, I can't drive past my middle school where I was bullied because of my PTSD. They don't have PTSD, but they think they do. And
What do they have, though? If you are bullied, that does have a significant psychological effect on kids, and it can lead to lifelong depression.
I don't know that it can. I mean,
You don't think
sorry.
so? Like for young people that like get treated like shit and told that they're nothing and useless, and that sort of like, when I didn't really get bullied in high school, but I remember going back towards my high school when I was like 19, and I'd get anxiety.
Right.
I'd get weirded out by it,
Right. So let me
'Cause,
just say, yeah.
You start feeling like you used to feel when you went there.
Absolutely. But that's not a PTSD flashback, right?
What is that?
That's a bad memory. And we have them. And by the way, when I say you can't have, bullying can mean anything, right?
Right.
So when I say, I'm talking about teasing. I'm not talking about the horrific abuse that some kids have gone through.
Okay.
But do you have anxiety? Yeah, anxiety exists for a reason. It's actually adaptive. And so there are benefits to anxiety and there are negative parts of anxiety. Now, I'm not talking about anxiety disorder. We don't want anyone to suffer with an anxiety disorder that interferes with daily life. But a little anxiety, feeling bad, and a bad memory, that's not only part of life, but it can have positive effects. So some of the positive effects of anxiety is it helps with performance. If I weren't nervous for this right now, I wouldn't have prepared so much to make sure I remembered what I was going to talk about, right? And we don't want someone with no anxiety crossing the street because he's not going to look for cars.
Right.
And-
Yeah.
And we're going in with medication and we're deleting things like anxiety, depression. Anxiety helps you make beautiful memories. You remember Christmas morning because of all the nerves about it ahead of time. Or you remember your first kiss, partially because of the anxiety. That's why the memories are so clear.
Right.
And when we go in and we give kids a pill for that, not only are they not developing an emotional musculature they're going to need as adults, but they're losing a really important part of the human experience, like feeling low because you were dumped and then seeing you can get over it.
Right. That's a very important thing you just said about experiencing anxiety. It actually helps you be sharper.
It does.
It really does. You have to be nervous before you do things.
That's right.
They're difficult. It's just that uncomfortable feeling people avoid
Right.
because they get scared of the anxiety. But if you talk to like one of the best examples is UFC fighters. UFC fighters before they're all nervous. They're all scared. Every one of them. Terrified. And they don't want to fight if they're not.
Right.
If you're too calm and too relaxed, you actually have bad performances.
And I'll tell you something else, same is true with depression. Now, I'm not talking about major depressive disorder that's chronic and needs treatment, of course, right? But if you have something bad happen to you, you go through a divorce, you go through something hard, okay? That doesn't mean you should never try, use meds or therapy if you absolutely need it. But there can be good. And here's what can be good, okay? Depression is adaptive, okay? And the purpose, I learned this from interviewing a lot of evolutionary psychologists. And one of the good things about depression is it shuts us down so we don't do anything rash and we think about what change we might want to make in our life. Because sometimes we need to make a change. And if we just medicate away the bad feelings, the worst feelings might be dampened, but we also might be locked into that low state and never make the change we need to make.
Right.
Because we'll lose the motivation. That's the thing. We won't say, you know what, he treated me badly, I'm tired of this, I'm not getting back together with him.
Right.
We might just accept it and keep on.
Right. Especially if you're medicated.
Especially if you're medicated.
Yeah.
That will to make a big change often happens after we've been brought low.
Yeah. It's interesting because this conversation is such a blanket conversation. And when you're talking about people's personal experiences, their personal depression, trauma, people are always very quick to sort of accentuate the negative aspects of whatever they've gone through. No, you're talking about, but mine was worse.
Right.
But mine was this.
Right.
Mine was unbearable. Mine was and I think that's something that our society, for whatever reason, encourages.
That's right. And there's this, so one of the psychiatrists I interviewed was this man, Paul McHugh, who used to be the head of the Johns Hopkins psychiatry department. And he looked at combat vets in America and Israel. And what he wanted to know was, why was there less PTSD among the combat vets in Israel? And one of the things he noticed was they treat them very differently. When an Israeli soldier saw something traumatic, potentially traumatic event, maybe an IED exploding or something, their buddy's torn apart and killed, they took them out of battle. They said, just so you know, your reaction is totally normal. We're sending you home for a few weeks. You're going to feel better, and then we're going to put you right back. But you're going to recover. We're going to put you right back with your men. And with America, when someone had seen something horrific, they would pull them out of battle. They would meet with a therapist who would tell them, you have the symptoms of PTSD. Here is PTSD. Your government did this to you, and it's possible you may be suffering with this chronically. And they didn't recover at the same rates.
So it's a get back on the horse type thing?
Yeah, it is, which doesn't minimize what people, all the traumatic things. I mean, some people will have harder time getting back on the horse. They may need more treatment than other people. But what's amazing is most people, even who go through traumatic experiences, even most combat vets, the majority don't get PTSD. Because actually, the story of human history, the story of our experience, is of resilience. And if we just think back to our grandparents, we know this is true. We can't guarantee for our kids that they won't go through hard things. In fact, the one certainty is that they will. But the message to them has to be, but you're so strong. Our family's strong. Our family has gone through hard things. I've gone through hard things, and you can too. And if you say that to kids, you have a much better shot that they will.
How do we know that the majority of combat vets don't experience PTSD?
Because there's this crazy study. So they look through, this is just one example, Vietnam vets, they know what percentage saw combat. It was something like 12 to 15% actually saw combat. But for whatever reason, when they surveyed Vietnam vets, 30% of them were reporting PTSD. That's iatrogenesis. That means that they've been hearing about the symptoms of PTSD. They were thinking about their friends who've had PTSD, and more people were coming to believe they had PTSD than actually could have had it. But you're still talking about a small percentage of people who go through some really hard things in combat. Something like, at 70 to 80%, no matter how many traumatic experiences they've seen, 4 tours in Iraq, they still, for whatever reason, don't have the symptoms.
Yeah, I've talked to friends of mine that are veterans about this, and one of the things they said is that my friend was a SEAL, said that special forces guys experience it less, although they do experience it, because they're proactive, they're acting, they're doing something, they're moving. Whereas he said the real people that experience it are sometimes people that are stuck on a base. They're always worried about being attacked.
Oh, wow. I love that.
Yeah, the fear of constantly being worried that you're going to be attacked versus the fear of going out on a mission.
That's exactly
having
right.
deployment,
Yeah.
going out there and engaging the enemy. That they're task oriented and that they're the ones in control.
That's right. And what we want to say to kids is be a Navy SEAL. Go out there and attack those tasks, whatever they are. Make a new friend. Go play a sport. Go do things. Don't sit around thinking about yourself.
Well, it's also there's a rite of passage that goes with being a Navy SEAL. It's a very difficult thing to acquire. Most people quit. That's the ringing the bell thing. You know, they bail. They can't take the stress of it because they put you through hell, and they put you through hell to find out who's resilient, who's not,
Right.
and to show you that you can do it.
But we're not even teaching kids to aspire to that anymore.
No.
There's a lot of ways to be a Navy SEAL. I mean, some is the official being a Navy SEAL, an actual Navy SEAL, but there's so many ways to be strong and make a difference in the world and do things.
Yeah.
And that message that your friend mentioned, that's a good message for kids. It's not what we're telling them.
Right. It's also to speak to him and his situation. He said that they're trying to lower the standards. And they're saying that because occasionally guys will die or get severely injured in training, that they're trying to make it more easy.
That's right.
And he's like, that's terrifying. The last thing you want is someone who can't quite make it on your team.
Yeah, that's right. And we're lowering the standards and expectations. I mean, this is the trauma generation, right? We've told them over and over, you can't handle very much. Don't worry, I'm going to write you in. They have these things in schools called anytime passes, where if a kid's feeling a little anxious, they'll get a pass from the school counselor, and they're allowed to leave class anytime they're feeling anxious. Well, how's a kid going to sit through anything if they've been given this pass to leave class any class they don't like, right?
I would use that
Right.
constantly.
Anybody would.
Yeah.
Anybody would. And teachers tell me it's getting abused like
Of
crazy.
course, yeah.
You know, they're not keeping the standards for kids high. And you know what? Kids who've gone through hard things, and there are those kids, they need high standards, they need expectations, and they need to be told, you can do it. There's this one woman I talked to. She was raising 3 kids out of foster care with her wife, okay? And these kids had gone through horrible traumatic experiences. I mean, so bad, so abused by their birth parents that the detective who took them from their home cried on the stand, talking about what they had lived through. And she said to me, my kids, I have therapists who are dealing with them. They're in a lot of serious there. They've been through a lot. And I can't, but one of the hardest things in my life is that I have to send them to public school where teachers and counselors are constantly playing amateur therapists, asking my kids to open up about their trauma. I'm trying to get them with actual professionals that I have picked to get through the day and not think about the hard things they went through. And all these teachers are just asking them about their trauma all day long. It's not helping.
That's a very specific case, though, right?
Well, yeah, but
Yeah.
I guess the point is, it doesn't help the kids who've lived through serious trauma, and it doesn't help the kids who are just fine. So who
Right.
are we helping?
So is the problem that these people that are teachers are well-intended, they just don't understand that dwelling on this and talking about it constantly is not beneficial?
Yes.
And in fact, it would just be more beneficial to be friendly to that kid and kind and
Yeah.
offer encouragement.
That's
and
right.
Give them activities and give them encouragement and support.
That's right. Most people who work with kids care about kids. I have that prejudice. I assume, and I think it's true, that most people who work with kids want to do what's best for kids. Sometimes they do things that aren't best for kids. And having them focus on their feelings all the time is not best for kids. That's the way to make you more emotionally dysregulated.
This is going to be very difficult for people to hear that are very sensitive and very concerned about their children. Their strategy has always been to move it in this general direction. Also, people that are experiencing a lot of anxiety and depression themselves who are raising children, I think they become accustomed to talking about it and dwelling on it.
That's right. And in fact, some of the most effective ways to treat childhood anxiety is by treating the parents.
Oh boy.
Parents are a huge source of anxiety for kids.
And what's the primary source of anxiety that comes from parents?
Worry over everything.
Yeah.
Teaching kids they have to be afraid of everything, that they can never do anything without the parent's supervision. They can never go anywhere where their parents won't see them because they could be abducted or hurt or
Yeah.
abused. Calling the teacher and saying, my daughter was bullied because someone said something mean to her. The child gets the message, I can't handle something mean said to me. I will fall apart. That's what my mom's saying. She's so scared I'm going to fall apart. She's calling my teacher.
Yeah. There's also the opposite of that too, where if you grow up with a parent that's very weak, you despise that and you become strong because of that. Like if you grow up, I have a friend whose mom was a severe alcoholic, and because of that, he became very disciplined. And because he realized, like, if you let something like that control your life, he saw what happened to his mother, and he's like, that's never happened to me.
Wow. And that's a really strong person as a
Yeah.
result. And part of his strength, which I'm sure, is having that real life experience,
Yeah.
which was hard and it was
Right.
painful. And it taught him a lesson that no, teacher could give him, which is that you need discipline in life.
Right, but it's very difficult to learn from a bad example sometimes, especially if your parents constantly worrying and constantly negative about things.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, but you know what we do? We let kids try. We give them freedom from our oversight. You know what they do in Japan? In Japan, Japanese preschools, they have these little areas. They're designed to have areas for kids where the teachers can't see, so that they work out their own problems. Remember we used to say to kids, work it out?
Mhm.
Now the teachers get involved in every squabble. They think it's their job to go in there and give kids tips on how to make friends and get involved. We never tell kids, look, work it out.
Yeah.
And you know what they learn from working it out? I can. I don't need my mom calling my boss, as a lot of this generation's parents are doing.
Right.
I'll handle it. I can. I've been doing it since preschool.
Right. Huh. What is the reaction to this book then? I mean, have you had some negative reactions? Have you had anybody that wants to debate you on this?
It's a good question. Overwhelmingly, it's actually been surprisingly positive, but you want to know the truth? The dads especially love the book.
Really?
The dads will be like, can you give this to my wife? I mean, sometimes they'll say that to me because I think, the biggest change in the last generation in parenting, aside from the role of therapy sort of taking over, is, and I think therapeutic parenting taking over, everybody's trying to be a mental health expert with their kids. But I think the biggest change was dads. Dads stopped, I think, being a sort of a backstop and saying, he's fine, he'll handle it. I did it, he can do it. Or I did it, she can do it, she's fine, shake it off, go back to keep playing soccer, whatever it is. They stopped doing that in part because they didn't feel like we were told. I mean, in general, we've all been told, right? The mental health experts tell you how to talk to your children. They tell you what your child can handle. They pretend they're experts on the brain. When the truth is, and I've interviewed a lot of neurobiologists and academic psychologists and psychiatrists, and they will tell you we know very little about the brain. And a lot of these therapists don't know anything about the brain. We certainly don't know much about emotion in the brain, right? And so the idea that we need brain science in order to raise our kids is just not true. And it's not helpful. It's undercutting parents' confidence. Parents need to trust themselves. We've been raising good kids for a long time.
Are there any studies about the cultures or the civilizations, whatever countries that have the most mentally healthy people?
Well, that's a good question. So I interviewed one woman who runs the Georgetown Emotions Lab, and she's a cultural psychologist.
Boy, the emotions lab.
Yeah,
is heavy.
it was actually really neat. I went into her lab and we did these. She showed me these tests she does with subjects behind a one-way mirror, and she hooks them up to electrodes. And she looks at, her name's Yulia Chansova-Dutton, she's amazing, and she looks at Russia, Japan, America, and other countries, especially the West. So I guess you want to look at like and compare like to like, so sort of similar Western cultures, I think it's Asian, but similar levels of development and stress, a certain kind of stress. And one of the things she noticed in her research was that American kids tended to exaggerate dangers. So when they listed things they were afraid of or things that scared them, they would say, stranger looking at me funny. Things that weren't actual dangers. But teenagers from other countries, Russia, Japan, they tended to be able to calibrate what was an actual danger much better. And that's what we're seeing on campus. We're seeing these kids having nervous breakdowns because someone dumped them or because a teacher gave them a bad grade.
Yeah.
Because they couldn't hand a paper in on time.
One of the things that drives me the most nuts about universities is this term microaggressions,
Right.
which is so crazy. It's like looking for things to be bigger than they are, taking a very small thing, whether it's someone like rolling their eyes at you or saying something that might be insensitive, and calling that insensitive thing a microaggression.
That's right, and that's exactly right. And one of the things I looked at was, are we turning these kids into emotional hypochondriacs? And what I mean is, I interviewed a world expert, this man Arthur Barsky at Harvard Medical School, on hypochondriasis, being hypochondriac, what they now call it illness, anxiety disorder, or somatic symptom disorder. And what is it? So it turns out what it is people who put hyperfocus on the normal pains we all feel. They're not faking it. They're just attending to the normal pains and increasing their pain by doing that. And people who turn their pain into an organizing principle of life, of their whole lives, they have a hard time overcoming it.
Becomes their
It
identity.
becomes their identity. And that's what kids are doing today about their emotional pain. Oh, I have social anxiety. I had trauma from my breakup. You don't have trauma from your breakup, okay? You had a breakup, and it's painful. But using these psychiatric terms,
Trauma.
it's not helping. It's
Right.
not. It's exaggerating the pain, and it's making that pain feel worse. And I'm not minimizing these kids' pain. They are in real pain, and they're making it worse.
I would be really fascinated to see you have a conversation with someone who is a therapist, who engages in this, who thinks it's beneficial.
I'd be happy to. I would love to. I mean, I would like to see, look, there are therapists that I've met who I would take my own kids to, who I'm very impressed by what they have to say and what they've done. But the therapists who claim that everyone needs to talk about their problems, well, no, they don't. That's not true. I interviewed a lot of great therapists who tell me that a lot of people who have experienced terrible trauma, they do better by not talking about it. They're therapists who deal with, and I'm talking about people who work with convicts, people who have unspeakable childhood abuse, actually are very helped by acknowledging, I know you went through some hard stuff, let's talk about what you're doing now. That turned out to be better for some people. So this endless rehashing of your pain, this myth that you can only be helped by talking about your pain, it's just not true. There's no evidence behind it. And in fact, there's these crazy studies that burn victims, people who've experienced all kinds of first responders, breast cancer survivors have been made to feel worse by talking about it, by being in therapy. They had control groups. They've done these studies where burn victims, one portion of them went to group therapy, the other portion didn't. And the ones who didn't go to therapy ended up better with less symptoms after, 9 months, I think it was.
And why do you think that is?
Because they did other things that are healing too, like spend more time with family, like get involved in work, like pick up a phone and call a friend you haven't seen in a while.
Find a natural way to mitigate that.
Exercise
Yeah.
is amazing. I mean, study after study has shown that exercise is amazing. And you know what it doesn't have? All these bad side effects, right? Of loss of sex drive, like SSRIs have,
Yeah.
right? We know that the antidepressants come with all these horrible side effects, especially for adolescents, like the risk of suicide and other things, right? You know what doesn't have that? Exercise.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying don't get help. And if you really need it, get the medicine and get the therapy. What I'm saying is if you don't really need it, gosh, there's a lot of ways to feel better. And we seem to have forgotten about those.
Is there a chart or graph that shows the amount of therapy that was given to children over the years, now versus the past?
So we know that it's gone way up. I don't know if there's a chart, but I know that they say roughly 40% of the rising generation has had therapy. That's a lot. It's way more than any prior generation. 42% of them have a mental health diagnosis. That's a
42% of kids have a mental health diagnosis?
Yeah. Do you know
42?
there was just a news article saying that 86% of them think they have menu anxiety.
Menu anxiety.
That's ordering from a menu in a restaurant.
What?
They have a friend order for them.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, these are kids who think of themselves as unwell.
Menu anxiety? Really? That's a thing?
Climate anxiety, summer anxiety, when your parents move, dislocation depression. They call it
Summer anxiety?
Summer anxiety.
So here it is, 42% of Gen Z diagnosed with a mental health condition. Jeez, Louise.
That's a lot.
That's crazy.
Right?
But that's what my question would be, like, what is that internationally? Like when you're dealing with other countries.
Oh, it's
that-
much better internationally. There's no question. We have the most anxious and most depressed teens and adolescents.
And what caused that? Is that the rise of this industry? The rise of the therapy industry? Is it something that is in the zeitgeist where people in this culture sort of gravitate towards that sort of thinking that therapy and talking through is very important? Like, what is it?
I think we're not giving them a healthy life. And that includes, it's like, remember they used to give us with sugar cereals? They used to say, like, there'd be a bowl of sugar cereal and there'd be like eggs and toast and orange juice. And they would say, Frosted Flakes, part of a nutritious breakfast.
Right.
And we knew it was bad for us, but we had these other healthy things around us.
I don't think we knew it was bad for us when I was a kid.
Frosted Flakes?
I never thought it was bad
Really?
for us. We didn't know sugar was bad for you.
Well, we
thought it gave you cavities. That was
okay.
the only thing anybody worried
But,
about.
kids weren't allowed, at least in my house, we weren't allowed to
I'm
have
a
sugar.
little older than
Okay.
you. I'm 10 years older than you.
Okay. So we weren't allowed to have sugar cereal. And the best thing we ever got was Honey Nut Cheerios. That was like a miracle. When that came in, it was so exciting.
We used to put sugar on our Frosted Flakes. You were allowed to have sugar and put sugar on
I
everything.
love that.
Yeah, in my generation, people
Okay.
ate sugar all the time, and there was no fear. It was just brush your teeth. I know it's
That's amazing,
psychotic,
yeah.
but obviously you know the story behind that. That was all because of the sugar industry bribing scientists
I didn't know that.
to pass the blame on saturated fat. Yeah, because sugar was causing heart disease. It was causing all sorts of problems that people were having. It was causing obesity, and the sugar industry bribed some scientists in the 1960s to pass the blame onto saturated fat. And that's where margarine came from, and all the other stupid shit.
Right.
It's terrible for you.
Right.
Seed oils, all these different things. Canola oil that people thought was actually better for you.
Right.
It's not. It's not better for you at all. Your body doesn't even know how to digest that shit.
Right. So we've given kids worse diet over the
Yeah.
years. We've given them,
Processed foods.
Yeah, we've given them less exercise. We've given them less connection to family, people, relational stability, having the set of friends or relatives who are cousins around you, grandparents who love you unconditionally over your life. Kids don't have that anymore. They don't have the neighborhood, and they don't have space for mom monitoring them. Or another adult she's hired to monitor them, or the recess monitor, or my kids have bus monitors. They have monitors everywhere, and monitoring is the same as stress for kids. Wonderful academic psychologist Peter Gray told me this: that when they want to introduce stress to a subject, they introduce monitoring because it's the same thing.
Really? So if they have a subject and then they're going through a test and they have someone stand over and watch, that introduces anxiety?
That'll introduce stress. Yeah. And that's the condition we're raising kids in. We're going to track you on your phone, even in college. Oh, how was your trip to the Rite Aid? I can see you on my phone. We're doing that.
Yeah. Kids are doing it to each other.
Kids are doing it to each
Yeah,
other.
my daughter's all her friends know where everyone is
Right.
on Snap Map.
Right. It's not good for them. They don't have freedom to just be.
Yeah.
So I think we're giving all kinds of things for making their lives less healthy. And then we just pour in the mental health resources. Oh, we're going to keep your life unhealthy, but we're going to pour in SSRIs, antidepressants. We're just going to pour in the therapy. Well, that doesn't remediate.
Have you had anybody push back on this? Like you said, the response has been overwhelmingly positive, but what has the negative response been?
So I think that some parents feel like, it seems to be mostly moms, but some of them feel insecure. Like, well, you don't know, my kid really had sensory deprivation issues, so I really did need to see that therapist. But I don't know the situation. I mean, I think in general, parents know their own kids, right? And if they have tried other things, the problem is not parents seeking out help. The problem is it's when it's the first resort. The problem is not that parents ever allow their kid to get a diagnosis. The problem is that some parents are going diagnosis shopping because the kid. Sometimes a neuropsychologist will say your kid's sorry, they're within normal range, and the parents will keep going. And they're doing it because they don't have, sometimes they're unwilling to be an authority in their home. Maybe because they feel that that's traumatizing. They're unwilling to impose any kind of discipline. The kid is disordered. The kid has a lot of tact. And then lo and behold, he can't concentrate in school. And they're sure, and the teacher has a problem with him. Well, I talked to parents where they said one year my teacher thought my kid had ADHD, and the next year they didn't. Why would that be? And why is the teacher diagnosing the kid?
Yeah. Are they qualified?
Are they qualified? Well, they're a little conflicted, right?
Yeah.
Because they have an interest in getting you bolted to your seat.
Right.
They don't care about the long-term effects of, or they might not be aware of them. The long-term effects of Strattera, Concerta, Ritalin.
Yeah.
The fact that you might need to take more and more of it over time to get the same effects. The withdrawal for some of these things, Adderall, people have told me it's brutal.
Yeah, it's brutal. Well, it's amphetamines.
Right.
They're highly addictive.
Right.
And we're giving them out like candy.
Like candy. That's the problem. It's the like candy part.
There was a recent study that said 39 million. What is the number of prescriptions per year of Adderall? It's something bonkers when you really know what Adderall is. And essentially, this is like what they were doing in the 1940s with crystal meth in Germany. They're giving it to soldiers. They're giving it to people. They're giving them methamphetamines because methamphetamines make you more alert, makes you more hyper-focused, makes you more productive, makes you more willing to engage in things. And it's an unnatural stimulant that you're adding to someone's mind, and you're getting a result, and you perceive those results to be positive because they fit along with what we're looking for in terms of outcomes.
Right.
But you're not thinking of the long-term consequences of ramping up someone on fucking amphetamines all day long. What's the number? Oh, okay, even worse. 41.4 million Adderall prescriptions were dispensed in the U.S. in 2021, up more than 10% from 2020, according to IQVIA, a health research firm. What's happening? Getting a diagnosis of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, or ADHD, which can be treated by Adderall and other stimulants, got significantly easier during the pandemic. A wave of telemedicine startups hit TikTok and Instagram with advertisements suggesting that people would look into ADHD medication if they felt distracted. By the way, that would have been me. If this shit was around when I was a kid, I'd never paid attention in school, and I would have probably thought that I had a disease. Some startups diagnose people with ADHD and prescribe stimulants after 30-minute video calls, entirely remotely, and much faster than typical diagnosis from an in-person psychiatrist, the Wall Street Journal reports. Yes, but the trouble with such rapid diagnosis is that it can be difficult to tell whether ADHD is actually the problem. Anxiety can present as ADHD, and depression can present as ADHD, as said Sanford Newmarket, professor at University of California, San Francisco Medical School. Of course, I mean, look, if you give someone stimulants, they're going to feel better. That's why people do coke. Right. It makes you feel better.
And what if you start them on it when they're 4 or
Right.
5? And guess what? There are a lot of jobs where ADHD might not harm them. In other words, it might even be an asset.
Oh, it's
right?
a superpower.
I think it can be. I mean, there's an amazing piece in the Wall Street Journal by a guy who argued that in the military, in venture capital, where you have to have, you're constantly checking, other companies or constantly looking into, being able, someone who's constantly shifting their focus turned out to be an asset, unmedicated.
Well, I think that the idea is that it came from hunter-gatherer tribes.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, what is it? See if you could find that ADHD, the trait emanated from hunter-gatherers. The thing is, like, a lot of ADHD people, if they find a thing that they really enjoy, they get very focused on it.
Right.
Which is what was the thing with me.
Exactly.
I thought that because I couldn't pay attention in school, that I was going to be a loser. A recent review of the evidence by child and adolescent psychiatrist Annie Swanepoel, how do you say that?
I don't know.
And colleagues made the case for the latter. They argue that ADHD traits likely evolved in early human environments that rewarded exploration, novelty seeking, and movement, such as nomadic and migrating communities. Yeah, it's probably how you stayed alive. And if you were strapped down doing something really fucking boring, that seems completely unnatural, which is part of the problem with children in the first place. We're subjecting them to 8 hours a day of doing something you don't want to do because they say it's for your mental development. And what they're essentially doing is teaching you how to do something that you fucking hate so that you will be able to do that for the rest of your life.
Right. And you know what they could do with those kids? Give them longer recess.
Well, they also could tell them that there's other things you could do for a living. If you could find the thing that you actually enjoy and focus on that. And that was the thing that I didn't know until I started doing things outside of school. I didn't know that there was things that I could excel at because I actually enjoyed them. And I would focus on those things and get very good at them. And I didn't know that that was a part of me. I had never been told that. Everybody was just like, if you can't do this, you're going to be a loser. If you can't sit and pay attention to this boring-ass teacher, teach this boring-ass thing that they have no emotional investment in whatsoever.
Right. And it was never true. That's the thing. You were incredibly successful, despite what they said. But imagine if they had said to you, actually, there's something wrong with your brain. It's called ADHD. You need a pill so you can be like everybody else.
Yeah.
Would you have had the same motivation to go keep looking for what you were good at and what you were passionate about?
No, I probably wouldn't have. I probably would have been medicated. If I had the wrong parents at the wrong time in history, I probably would have been medicated.
Right.
And who knows, I probably would have some fucking horrible job where I couldn't wait to get to my pharmacy so I could refill my prescription because I'm running low and I talked to the doctor into ramping up my Adderall.
We're putting 7-year-olds on Lexapro. So
that's crazy. That's so crazy.
FDA just approved it for 7-year-olds. These are kids who are going to have their sex drive deleted before they ever have a sex drive. So when they reach the teenagers, because kids do not go off them, they put them on antidepressants and they put them on more. They'll never have had a sex drive. They won't even know what they're missing. And that's the problem. The problem is not, and I'm not saying no medication for anyone ever. What I'm saying is when you get in there and change a kid, you put a kid in an emotional snowsuit, not only will they never have the feeling, I overcame that on my own. I thought I had ADHD, but I'm so excited about this other thing I got into. Not only will they'll never know that they could get through a breakup without a pill.
Right.
Because they've never done it.
Isn't that sort of the problem with the diagnosis of depression in the first place? Because one of the things they never ask is, how's your life? It's always you have depression. You have a clinical issue. You have a disease. You have a thing called depression. It's not your fault. It's not you have a terrible life. Your job sucks. Your apartment sucks. Your neighborhood sucks. Your friends suck. Your family sucks. You don't have any joy.
That's exactly right.
Which
And by
might
the
be
way,
best.
right. And by the way, of course, the best psychologists would point out those things. And here's the most important: if you start such a person on an SSRI, meaning they're feeling depressed because of their circumstances, they might be less likely to make the important change they could make.
Yeah.
Because it takes an acute problem and it turns it into a chronic one.
But it's also very profitable, and that's the problem. That's the really difficult thing in getting these out of our lives. And despite the fact that as time goes on, we find out that the research on the efficacy of SSRIs is dubious at best. It's not good.
It depresses all emotion. So Does it treat depression? I don't know. It seems to depress all kinds of things. Maybe, also, depending on the drug, some depress anxiety, but they depress everything.
But I do have to say that I've had friends that were suicidal, that got on SSRIs, and then, because they felt better, improved their life, and then weaned off of those drugs.
I think that there's a place for these drugs, absolutely. And by the way, trying to get off of them, if you can, is a good program. In other words, not saying I'm going to be on it forever.
Right.
But in a kid,
Right.
they won't even know what life was like, what it was supposed to be like without it. They'll never know what they could handle. And so they will show up for college and say, I've had trauma because of a breakup. I have PTSD because of my breakup. And they'll believe it. They won't know any better because they never went through that heartache on their own.
And psychiatrists are incentivized to prescribe these things.
Yeah, but you know who else is prescribing them? Regular physicians who aren't experts in these drugs.
So regular physicians are allowed to prescribe?
Pediatricians are a huge source of SSRI.
And they're not even psychiatrists?
No. So it's very easy. According to psychiatrists I spoke to, they feel that pediatricians are giving out these drugs way, way too easily.
That seems crazy. So a pediatrician has to look at legitimate problems, all sorts of issues that a child might have medically, and then on top of that, psychiatric disorders, and then prescribe medication for those psychiatric disorders?
Pediatricians are usually the ones who give you the ADHD medication.
That seems insane. Is that insane?
I think
am I being judgmental?
No, I
that
think
seems
it is
like malpractice.
because they're doing it more easily than they should. I think too many of them are not appreciating. I'm going to go in there and mess with this kid, change this kid. Before I do it, I better make sure this is urgent. And there's nothing else we can do to improve the life, just like you said, improve the life, and see if we can get there without it.
And then there's also the problem the parents want to fix.
Yeah.
And if the parents believe the narrative that these medications are beneficial, and they believe that this is what the stuff is for, and that this pediatrician wouldn't be prescribing this if they didn't know what they were doing, we went to an expert, the expert has an opinion,
That's right.
Let's listen to the expert, let's get little Johnny on pills,
Right.
and now little Johnny's doing better. He just sits in front of the TV with a fucking blank stare on his face.
Right. I mean,
Yeah.
parents aren't exercising their authority, and they're not trusting themselves. They're feeling like, oh, this is above my pay grade. The second the kid isn't what the teacher wants, they're sure they need an expert involved. And they never ask their own parents who raised kids to adulthood, right? My take is, if you want to talk about a parenting expert, to me, a parenting expert is someone who raised successful people to adulthood, meaning people who are, good, stable adults who are productive, who can be depended on by others.
Right, but you might not have access to those.
Why, you
I
don't
didn't have access to those when I was a child. I didn't have access to people that had raised successful,
Well, I see,
stable
when you were a
people.
child.
Yeah, I didn't even look. I know a lot of people today that had terrible parents,
Right.
and they had terrible grandparents, and they never had an example of someone who raised good children. They had the occasional child that was exceptional, that made its way out of that fucked up maze,
Right.
and it usually became hyper successful. But the other siblings oftentimes are a mess. And sometimes the parents want to take credit for the hyper successful sibling. Like, oh, I showed you the way. Like, no, you didn't do shit. Like that kid figured it out on their own without having anybody as a positive role model or example.
But I think that if they were successful, there were certain good things in their life. Meaning they weren't on the couch.
Right.
They weren't the 54% of Gen Z who doesn't want to live with anyone but mom. These are 18 to 25-year-olds.
That's
Sorry,
wild.
54% of them are living with parents.
Well, that's that old expression, right? The healthy bird leaves the nest.
Right,
Yeah.
right. There was something healthy. There was some healthy message or example that at least made the kid think, I can.
Yeah.
And the kids today are thinking, I can't. I need to be with mom and dad, even at 18 to 25.
Yeah, because it offers you comfort.
Right.
Yeah. But then there's other cultures where people are happy and the family's a very tight unit and people don't leave the house until they're married.
Right, that's not our culture. So in those cultures, I think it's a different situation, and it is healthier. Meaning they have their own ways of doing things, and they get a job, and they don't leave the home until they're married, and
Right.
that is the way they define growing up. But in this culture, we have always defined growing up is leaving your parents' home, getting some sort of job, supporting yourself in some way, making strong, enduring relationships with others, starting a family.
Right.
We have a vision in this culture, and we are not producing that.
Which one's right? Which culture is correct, though? Is the culture that enforces family and they have this very tight bond and they don't leave until they're establishing their own family, and then that family stays in connection with the other family? Is that the way to do it? Or is the way we do it, where we cast them out?
So I tend to think that, they have a version of adulthood in their culture. It's just defined differently. And those are people you can rely on. They do become adults in other cultures. Depends on what you're talking about. But in cultures like India, where families, live with, in the same home with extended family, and as soon as you marry, you go and live with the mom and dad. They know how to do that so that the young people who are raising the family are, absolutely dependable, independent adults, right? They're not sitting home playing Xbox while they're living with their parents, right? They're not.
That's the difference.
That's the difference. It's a healthy. It's different from ours, but it is healthy, and you can rely on those people. They are raising children. They are like being good neighbors, right? We got a generation who's sitting at home and doesn't want to show up for work because they think they have mental health issues. I have to attend to my mental health. I can't. Trump was just elected. I need a mental health day.
Yeah. Emotionally fragile.
Yeah, it's a problem, right?
Yeah.
What's going on? Like, it doesn't matter who's president. Get to work.
Yeah. Coddling. Yeah. Boy, what a complicated thing. And it's so complicated if you're a parent, if you're dealing with this medical establishment that's so quick to prescribe drugs, and you're dealing with this world where therapy is so ubiquitous, and you're dealing with this world where people think that the way to handle things is to constantly discuss all these small problems and so that people can be heard. We want people to be heard. I don't know if you've ever seen, there's a hilarious video of this socialist meeting. And they're calling each other comrades. And have you seen this video?
No.
It's a wonderful video because one person says, "Could everyone please stop making as much noise because I'm easily distracted." I forget the term that they use. And then, could you guys please do that? Just recognize that there's others around here, us that are. This is it. Listen to this. This is amazing.
Thank you so much.
Quick point of privilege. Guys, first of all, James Jackson, Sacramento, he, him. I just want to, can we please keep the chatter to a minimum? I'm one of the people who's very, very prone to sensory overload. There's a lot of whispering and chatter going on. It's making it very difficult for me to focus. Please, can we I know we're all fresh and ready to go, but can we please just keep the chatter to a minimum? It's affecting my ability to focus. Thank you.
Thank you, comrade.
Right.
Okay,
Comrade.
first letter against name,
What's-
chapter pronoun.
Point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Please do not use gendered language to address everyone.
It goes on further. That's just a clip of it. But that's what you're dealing with.
Right.
And if you're going to a university
Right.
and this is a part of the environment,
Right.
this is the culture that you are existing in, it can't help but have some sort of an effect on you, especially if you're young and impressionable and naive and you don't understand these people are mentally ill. Like that is a mentally crippled person.
Right.
Point of privilege. Good luck. Good luck out there in the world, you fuck.
Right.
Good luck.
But I'll tell you this. All these things are things to be negative about or pessimistic about in society. Not this. Because you know what? Honestly, parents have an absolute ability to turn this around. We don't need to let our kids down this way and tell them, you need to silence an entire room because of your sensory discomfort. We're going to focus on your sensory issues and we're going to tell an entire room of people to be quiet for you. No, I tell this thing happened to me that I thought, like, I was on a plane and I was seated behind this family of 4. Okay, there were 2 little girls, and one starts to scream, and I mean scream like it was painful to listen to. And I hear the father tell her, "Honey, what's wrong? What did your sister do?" And she's screaming. Okay, it is so loud. It's so late at night. And okay, well, let me just see what I can do. All right, well, don't be upset. He never once said to her, "You know, there are other people on this plane." And when I ask people from other countries, I talked to the emotions expert who does cross-cultural research. I said, "What would they say in other countries about that?" And she said to me, "They would say that's bananas. They would not believe in Japan that you do not tell your kid, you know, there are other people on this plane, not just you. We're part of a society. We have to care about others. The world isn't just you and your feelings." And that's a message parents can absolutely give to kids. They don't have to say, "Oh, let me attend to your every discomfort." They can say, "I know you're feeling a little discomfort. We're in a room with a lot of other people. We need to think about them."
So, but you're dealing with emotionally challenged parents. Parents could relay that message to children and tell them, "Hey, you're not the only person on this plane, and you are ruining this flight, this experience for a lot of people that are trying to sleep and trying to relax. You are causing damage. You're causing a problem." These parents are fucked up too. You're not going to just fix them by having them fix their kid, which is part of the problem, is that there's no real test to see if you're emotionally stable enough to have children. You just have children.
I don't think those parents are necessarily emotionally unstable. I tend to think they've just got it all wrong. They think the old school parenting is unloving and cruel, and the most gentle parenting will produce the most gentle children. It's not true. But they think if I always ask a child, "How are you feeling?" and attend to her every feeling, I'm going to make stronger, happier, kinder kids. No, you're not. You're going to raise a child who thinks she can scream or thinks she can march into a room and silence the entire room based on her preference. They aren't liberated to trust their own instincts and what they have seen work for others. And you know what? The examples are all around you if you look. There are people who are good people, and you can ask them. By the way, immigrants, because they don't go for this nonsense usually. You can ask them, what was it like in the old country? Or what was it like where you came from? What are you doing? And they call this, have you ever seen this, the Latino paradox? They call this in psychology. Why are Latinos, why do they have better mental health when they come to this country when they're immigrants before they assimilate? And the more they acculturate to American culture, the worse their mental health gets. Why? And part of the reason is they have social stability in their relational. They are surrounded by extended family, which also means people are saying the wrong things to them. They're saying insulting things. They're making inappropriate jokes. They're giving them foods mom doesn't approve of, and they're surviving it all. And
Also,
they know they can.
The reality of hard work is inescapable.
That's right. They're not afraid of authority. Parents are in charge. They will give their kids chores and hard work. They will teach them, you know what? Mom's working 2 jobs. I'm not going to bother her with my trivial problem. But that liberates the kid to realize, hey, my problem is kind of trivial. There are bigger problems.
Right.
We're doing the opposite in this country. We're telling kids the small problem you have is so big. I'm going to stop everything to focus on it.
Right, but if you're dealing with these parents that are emotionally challenged themselves, like, how are you going to fix them? Because it's not just the child. It's not just them raising the child in a certain way. It's them realizing the harm that they're doing to their child and the fact that their own view of the world is fucked up.
Well, I mean, that's why I wrote the book, right? I'm trying to get the message out that actually the best psychological research, and there is good psychological research, shows that the things we're doing with kids are not helping. They're counterproductive. And there's a lot of research that shows that the old way of doing things, which is don't take a pill if you don't need it. Don't go to a therapist if you don't need it. You have a problem, talk to a friend, talk to an aunt, talk to someone who loves you and really cares how you turn out.
Yeah.
If you can go to a religious, a priest, but go to a therapist if you really need it. But don't do it casually. I mean, I talked to moms who did it because a pet died. Or they did it prophylactically before the kids had any problems. They said, I wanted my teenager to know she had someone who was on retainer to talk to in case she had a problem. Not having any sense that therapist could also introduce worries.
And then there's also probably the issue of the child going to the therapist and enjoying the fact that the entire conversation revolves around them.
Sure, of course, wouldn't you? I mean, and they get to rise above it all. They get to evaluate the job the parents are doing. They get to casually pass judgment on the, whether the parents are doing. Well, they might not have any kids themselves.
Right.
But they have no problem passing judgment on the job that the parents are doing to the child. And by the way, alienation. And I interviewed an expert in parental alienation who's a psychologist. And Coleman was his last name. I think first name Jules Coleman. Or no, sorry, Coleman. First name was, I'm blanking on his first name. But he said to me, one of the things he said to me was that that alienation, very often, we're seeing very high rates of parental alienation in this generation. Very often, the story is the therapist. The therapist made the relationship with the parents worse.
This is a heavy
Joshua
book.
Coleman, that was his name. Sorry.
This is a heavy book.
I hope not. I hope it's a happy book.
No, it's not.
I think it is. I think it is.
Literally, you're saying bad therapy, why the kids aren't growing up. That's not good.
Well,
I think it's good that you're offering solutions and you're explaining the
but the
problem.
solution is something we can all do. It's less intervention. It's telling parents, you don't need them. Your kids don't need them. They never needed them. It's telling parents, trust yourselves. If you don't think that diagnosis sounds right for your kid, don't go with it. Because you might just convince a kid for the rest of his life that he's got a big brain problem and a limitation when he might not have one. So if you don't think it sounds right, trust yourself. It should be the most liberating book in the world. It's saying that you can trust your gut again.
Have you talked to any parents that have gone down the bad road that you describe, and then reverse course?
Sure, all the time. I talk to parents who say, I had my daughter in therapy for 3 years, and honestly, she was no happier at the end. I don't know why I did that.
Really?
Yeah, I hear that all the time.
And did they reverse course with positive results?
It depends on the individual case. The one I was thinking about, I don't know the answer, but I know that the 3 years of therapy didn't help. I talked to a wonderful cognitive behavioral therapist, Roger McFillan, who often tells people that their kids don't need therapy. I mean,
It's probably got a good business. Doesn't need more clients.
You know
That's
what?
the problem,
The
right?
truth is, they all have a good business. It's just some of them have more integrity, and they'll say, "You don't need it. You don't need this pill. You don't need this therapy."
Right. Did you ever watch that Netflix series Painkiller about
No.
the Sackler family?
Oh.
About the opioid crisis.
Right. No, I never watched it.
But what's fascinating about it is, first of all, it's fascinating seeing how the regulatory bodies get captured by money, and about how they just decided to make it normal and normalize this idea of prescribing opiates to people and having them on them all the time. But also that there were certain doctors that did have integrity, where the doctors who had integrity, like, what are you talking about?
Right.
Like, what are you saying? You're saying you want to prescribe heroin to people?
Right.
In the film, in the series rather, they have these women who are hired, these very attractive women who are hired to go to these clinics and talk to these doctors and push this stuff and try to get these doctors to start prescribing this. And they don't have any medical background. And one of them has this conversation with his ethical doctor. It's fascinating because you realize that there are those doctors, and if you get lucky, that will be your doctor. But if you get unlucky, you get that doctor that 30-minute video call is going to give your fucking kid speed.
I talked to this one psychiatrist who told me the story. This guy had come to him, young man had come to him for years, and he was saying, I'm really paranoid. I'm really paranoid. I've got this, I've got my girlfriend cheating on me. I know there's something wrong with me. Like, I need medication. So this psychiatrist was a very good psychiatrist. He said, let's talk a little bit about your life. Why are you so paranoid? And it turned out that his girlfriend, had this very close male friend, and sometimes they would have sleepovers.
Oh, Jesus.
And the psychiatrist said, you're not paranoid. He's like, no, it's totally platonic. They've been friends for years. And he said, you're not paranoid, and it's not platonic.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not. You're getting hosed, son.
Right. That's what he told him.
Yeah, you're not paranoid if it's actually happening.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
And
a funny
sometimes
story.
people need by the way, a good mental, health professional, psychiatrist, whatever.
That's a crazy story.
Right.
This is my platonic friend. We sleep over together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he was convinced there was something wrong with him.
Wow.
That he was having trust issues. That's what he thought.
I'm sure he's getting gaslit. She's
Right,
probably saying it
right.
to him. Yeah.
Right.
Gaslighting's real.
It's real.
Yeah. Boy, God, the journey of becoming a healthy human being is so fraught with peril. It's so much difficulty. It's so complicated.
Well, I think we make it more complicated
Don't
than
you
it
think
has
it
to
is?
be.
Just it is
I think it
complicated?
is. Look, I'm scared for my kids like everybody else. Sure it is. I mean, especially in our current society with all the crazy influences.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I know, they've done these studies on human happiness. People who love you and you love back over a lifetime, family, friends you keep for a long time. Wow, those, that does a lot to help you be happy. Surrounding your kids with and giving them freedom to make friends. Maybe you don't like maybe they're not your favorite friends, but realizing that they're entitled to have their own friends. Trusting them to start a job or take a chance you wouldn't have picked for them. You have to let them figure some of this stuff out on your own. And one of the things I did, so I changed a little while I was writing the book. And one of the things I did was my daughter was begging to walk home from the bus stop by herself. And she was little. She was 9. And I was scared. I don't even know if it's allowed in my state. But she really wanted to walk home from the bus stop. She had to cross 2 streets. And I let her. And I let her because I was interviewing parent after parent after parent who weren't letting their kids do things like that. And then they had 13-year-olds who didn't want to leave the house.
Yeah. I was a latchkey kid, so when I was young, there was no supervision.
Right.
You just left.
Right.
When I was 6 years old, we just opened the door and walk out of the house.
Right.
Well, younger than that. I mean, there was never a time where there was any supervision.
Walking, by the way, things like walking to school are really good for kids. They learn to navigate their world. It's really healthy to have competency. And that's something you don't have to spend money on. That's the thing. All of these fixes are really, a lot of them are just common sense. And they're things we used to give kids and we stopped because we became so obsessed with the idea that anything could be traumatizing.
Well, we're also worried because the media is constantly depicting these stories of children getting kidnapped and killed
Sure,
and this and that
sure.
and predators.
Sure.
That's a real fear.
Right, but you can't protect kids from every kind of pain, right? We are so obsessed with, I've had parents call me about a bad, or I've heard of, teachers getting upset about bullying. And what was the bullying? Someone said something not nice to someone else. Now, I tell my kids to treat people kindly, of course. But I have to tell you something. If my kids came to me and said she said something mean to me, I would say, work it out. It's not going to kill you. You'll live. Why? Because if I make my kids think, and I learned this from the process of writing the book, if I make them think that my job is to make sure they never feel any emotional distress, ever, boy, that's a lifelong journey. And it's going to be a losing one.
Yeah. Well, listen, Abigail, I really appreciate your courage.
Oh,
and I
thanks.
appreciate what you did with your first book and the way you handled all the stress and the way you handled all the blowback. And you're
Thanks.
a courageous person.
Thank you.
And I think the things you're talking about are very important.
Oh, thanks.
I
It's great to
appreciate
be here. Thanks for inviting me back despite the trouble I caused last
you.
time.
It didn't cause any
Okay,
trouble.
good,
I mean,
good.
it was attempted trouble, but it didn't really work.
I know you succeeded.
Yeah, it's important to talk about really important issues.
It is.
And these are both very important issues.
Thank
so
you.
your book, it's out right now. Bad Therapy. Go get it. Read it. I'm going to read it. I appreciate you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here. All right. Bye, everybody. This episode is brought to you by LifeLock. Your tax refund belongs to you, not an identity theft. Over $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. LifeLock monitors and alerts you to identity threats you may miss on your own, even if you're careful with your personal information. And if you do become a victim of tax-related identity fraud, LifeLock has U.S.-based restoration specialists ready to help you solve your identity theft issues. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Let LifeLock help protect your financial information, so all you have to worry about is what to do with your tax refund. Go to LifeLock.com/JRE and save up to 25% your first year. That's 25% off at LifeLock.com/JRE. Identity theft protection starts here. Tap the banner to learn more.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
I like how you did the clip notes. That's a slick move. Yeah, that's very smart. Because big print, too, for dummies like me. This is nice.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. I'm excited to read this, man. You are a great giver of advice, sir. What is it like to carry that burden in a wild world?
Well, I'll tell you what, I ain't looking for something to do. I don't have to look very far.
Yeah. It's a wild time of mass confusion, people losing their fucking minds. Very strange.
It really is. And I keep thinking, this is about as crazy as it can get. And then I get up and...
And you see the NYPD dance team.
I haven't seen that.
Okay, here we go.
All right, you got to show me.
The NYPD in the middle of the craziest migrant crisis anybody's ever experienced, in the middle of places where you attack police officers, violently attack police officers, and you release no bail, like that, right back out on the street. This is the NYPD dance team. So they developed a dance team. You remember when you were a kid and you thought about the fall of the Roman Empire? You were like, did they see it coming?
You think this is a clue? Is that what you're thinking?
If a bigger clue would be an alien landing on the White House lawn. That's the only thing bigger. This is insanity. The fact that they would put this on television. First of all, is this the news? What is this that they put this on, Jimmy?
I think it's the New York News. Yeah.
Okay. Isn't there a lot of other shit that's the news? That's like really important for people to know about right now?
You know what? I'll tell you, anything that lifts morale with law enforcement right now.
That's true.
You got to give them that. Anything that lifts their morale and bonds them, because they got the lowest morale ever, and I don't blame them.
I don't blame them either. This is not the solution, but they should be massively funded, not defunded. You should train them better. If you've got all these situations with people, you got people that, I mean, how much training is involved today in this time of such a demand for police officers, right? Like they're trying really hard to get police officers. They should train them like they train Navy SEALs. It should be like a very difficult process to get through, and we should be very thankful that people are doing the job, and they should be rewarded and treated well.
You know what really drives me crazy about this defunding that went on? And of course, I think everybody's decided that was like a either really bad idea or really poorly worded idea. Either way, but listen, the last thing you want to do is try to get police officers to wear 3 or 4 different hats. You don't want them showing up saying, okay, I want to try to be a social worker and a psychologist and defuse all of this and all. A police officer should show up and enforce the law. If not, people are going to get shot and killed. Police officers should show up and suppress illegal activity, disarm people that are a threat, and after all that's done, then fine, bring in somebody that is a social worker or whatever, but you don't want a police officer doing all of that stuff. They're there to do one job, and that is suppress illegal behavior, disarm dangerous people, and they need to do it as quickly and efficiently as they can. They don't want to do all of this. They got one job,
right?
And they need to do that one job and do it very well. And they don't need people in there saying, well, you need to kind of talk to them, and you need to this, and you need to that. I'm not saying be heavy-handed or badge-heavy, but they need to do what they're there to do, and then let other people come in behind them and try to do all the rest of the stuff. You don't want a cop doing 3 different jobs. You want to do one job, and that's suppress illegal behavior, get it under control, and then let somebody else do everything else.
Yes, and you need money for that.
Of course you do.
You can't have defund the police, expect things to get better. That's
No.
the whole idea behind that. It's so insane.
And let me tell you, the people that were yelling defund the police weren't speaking for the people they were protecting. In those neighborhoods, they didn't want less police.
No.
They didn't want less police. It was their businesses that were getting robbed, their businesses that were getting burned down. They didn't want less police. And it's so often that these activists, and I call it tyranny of the fringe. I've written this new book we'll talk about, I'm sure, in due time. But I talk about tyranny of the fringe. These activists aren't speaking for the people they say they're speaking for. They're speaking for themselves. They like the camera. They like the attention. They're not speaking for the groups they supposedly are speaking for.
And it works. That's what's crazy. It's effective. And in this day and age, when it's attached to something like the idea of being a progressive or being a good person, being on the left, being a kind person, you go along with these things. And the next thing you know, you're supporting the wildest of the leftists. You're supporting Antifa. You're turning a blind eye to violent thugs. And this is how screwed up everything's gotten just over the last few years. It seems like 10 years ago, this is not possible.
No, and it's accelerating and not decelerating yet. But I'm beginning to sense that there's a pushback.
Oh yeah,
because I think they've made a serious miscalculation. They pushed so hard and so long that they started to wake up Middle America to the point that they're saying, wait a minute, what? That's not okay. When they start rewriting history, when they start rewriting science, when they start trying to get the government to co-parent with your child, people start saying, okay, whoa, wait a minute. I didn't mind when you were running around here talking crazy, but now you're starting to get into my business. Like my grandmother used to say, now you've gone from preaching to meddling now.
Well, you know what's
That's
happening
not okay.
in Canada, right? I mean, Canada has some pretty insane cases that are going on right now about gender transition from really young kids. And there's all this pushback with parents, and there's all this because the parents are not being told that their children want to transition. So there's this guy that was talking about these issues of parents' rights in Canada. And he specifically said that parents don't have rights in Canada. That they have, I feel like he said they have obligations. Is that the term he used? That he said under Canadian law, parents don't have rights. Like, what the fuck are you saying? Let me make sure that's exactly what he said before I get sued. But when I saw it, I was like, this is such a crazy thing to say. And if that's the way their law is structured, fix that. Like, who are other people to tell you how to parent your child? And who are these people? Have they been vetted? Are they really good at parenting? They're supposed to be teachers. They're not supposed to be parents.
Here's my problem with that.
There's no such thing as a one-time magic pill or potion that is going to keep you healthy. You gotta keep the right habits every day. And one of those habits for me is AG1. It's been a staple for years. I love this stuff. And for over a decade, AG1 has been taking a scientific and research-driven approach to creating a single powder that can replace your entire supplement cabinet. AG1 is a foundational nutritional supplement that supports your body's universal needs like gut optimization, stress management, and immune support all in one. AG1 makes it so easy. If you have some complicated set of pills and tinctures and things you have to take, you're gonna forget or you're just gonna get annoyed. AG1 packs so much of that into just one little morning ritual. If there's one product I had to recommend to elevate your health, it's AG1, and that's why I partnered with them for so long. Try AG1 and get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/Rogan. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan. Check it out. We are brought to you by Roka. If you've been listening for a while, you may have heard me talk about Roka sunglasses. They are my absolute
that. If you look at this right now, and I understand, I don't know if you know, but I'm starting a whole new network called Merit Street Media.
No, I didn't know.
Yeah, and we launch at the 1st of April. We were going to launch at the end of February, but we've delayed it a month in order to pick up some more massive distribution. And I have committed myself to owning the debate lane in America. I'm willing to let all sides come and say what they want to say, but they got to be willing to answer hard questions. And I've had some of these folks, I've already shot about 30 shows on Dr. Phil Primetime. And we're going to have 4 hours of news and a whole lot of other programming, but it's all about, let's be commonsensical. Let's look at the facts. Let's look at science. Let's not look at what you want to be the truth. Let's look at what is the facts. Let's look at what is science. And we've got these people that, it's interesting they choose words like gender-affirming care. That's interesting that they call it that, but really what they're talking about is hormonal therapy or sex reassignment surgery on children. And in fairness, the American Medical Association, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Endocrine Society, or whatever the exact name of that is, all of the major medical associations have signed off on this, Joe. They signed off on it. And I have never seen those organizations sign off on anything with less information as to whether or not it does long-term harm of anything in my life. And when I ask about that, when I bring that up, then they immediately label you as transphobic. And I thought that the deal was first do no harm. And all of the European countries, Sweden, Norway, they've all stopped doing it because they say, we cannot say in good conscience that this does no harm, because it does harm. If you look at the long-term consequences, if someone changes their mind, at 10, 11, 12, 13 years old, they can't decide which pajamas they want to wear at night. And their reason for doing it is it stops this drive for suicide, that there's a suicide epidemic. It doesn't fix that. It doesn't fix all the comorbid issues that come along with feeling like they're in the wrong body. But yet they're pushing this. And we're going to do some shows that are already taped that are revealing what the real results of this are. And I think people are going to be shocked that these medical organizations have signed off on this. I think they've just given in to the pressure.
Yeah, I just don't understand where the pressure's coming from. Another phrase they're using now is life-saving gender-affirming care. They like to smash them all together like that.
Well, I don't think that. I just don't think that there's evidence to suggest that's true. Is this the guy you're talking about?
He said there's no such thing as parental rights in Canada. Children have rights in Canada, and those kinds of policies restrict the rights children have. This is a wild thing, man. I've never seen anything like it.
But America's not far behind that, because I've talked to a lot of teachers, and they're telling me that they have a duty to the children, that if the child is not ready to talk to their parents about this, that it's okay for them to keep a secret from the child. Now, let me tell you what my problems with this are and see what you think. First off, if this is either a psychological phenomenon or a medical phenomenon, and the teachers are not trained in either psychology or medicine, they're not any more trained to deal with that than they are to take out the kid's spleen in the homeroom. So if that's true, if it's a psychological thing, if it's gender dysphoria, or it's a medical issue, then you need someone trained in child psychology, psychiatry, or medicine. And the teacher's not trained in any of those three things. Like I said, they're not any more trained in that than they are to take out the child's spleen. So how are they qualified to deal with that? Secondly, it's teaching the child to keep a secret from their parents. It's teaching deception and interfering between the child's relationship with the parent. Now, their issue, their justification for that is, well, if the child goes home and announces this, or if we tell it to the parent, then the child could get abused, the child could get judged, the child could get kicked to the curb. But they have to admit, statistically, that is very rare. And if that's the case, that's what we have Department of Child and Family Services for. That's what we have Child Protective Services for. If that's the case, then you call in for some intervention if the child is being abused at home for whatever reason. Then you get intervention in that way. But you don't come between the child and their parent. The parent has the right to know what's going on.
Without a doubt. And also, these people that are teaching these kids, do we even know them? You don't know them. I mean, how much do you know about them before they start teaching your kids?
Well, that's
insane. It's not like the threshold for teachers is so high that only the elite cross it. You see a lot of these weird people teaching classes, and you don't necessarily want them giving advice to children about decisions for the rest of their life. And here's an important point that people need to really take into consideration. There's a reason why they have little kids become suicide bombers. Because you can talk kids into almost anything. You're talking to believing in Santa Claus. You talk kids into believing in all kinds of ridiculous shit because they're really young. You could easily convince them in one way or another that they're anything, that they're queer, that they're trans. You could 100% convince some kids of all kinds of things, especially by reinforcing it with love and support and happiness. You can convince people of a lot of things. That's what's uncomfortable for a lot of people. For a lot of gay people, they're uncomfortable with the idea that a lot of these kids are just going to grow up to become gay. My friend Tim Dillon's talked about that a bunch. He says it's homophobic. It's like they're trying to say, no, you're a girl, and really maybe you're just gay. Like, that's okay. It was always a thing, and now all of a sudden you're looking at little kids who might just be gay kids. You're saying maybe you're a girl. Maybe you need to go to a gender reassigning surgery center and never have an erection or an orgasm for the rest of your life. Like, what the fuck are we doing? They're so young.
It's not. I don't think it's appropriate or safe for children, and I think there is a huge body of literature that addresses these issues from end to end. There's not a huge body of literature about the transgender population, and that's the problem. And what literature is out there suggests that you get, and this is what you see from the European countries. They've done study after study from these suppressive hormones compared to doing psychotherapy, and there's not much difference. If you do psychotherapy, you can ease the depression, you can ease the suicidal tendencies with psychotherapy without doing the irreversible things. They say, well, you can reverse those things. No, that's not true. If you arrest the development, that can have ramifications long term, or at least they can't say it doesn't have ramifications long term.
There's also serious side effects from hormone blockers.
Well, of course, and if you're doing testosterone blockers, for example, that does have long term consequences. And my point is, they can't say it doesn't. They don't have a body of literature that says it doesn't. And
what do you think is behind it, though? Like, how did this? If this is so contrary to the way most people feel, what do you think is behind it? Especially the push towards children, affirming children. Do you think it's because there's people that are queer or LGBT, whatever, and they want other people to be a part of their group? Is it they want more LGBT people? They want to encourage this behavior. They think it's suppressed, and maybe there's more people that are gay or whatever, and they want to come out and they just get suppressed by it, so they're trying to make it like more enthusiastic. Like, how is this trans thing becoming a major point of debate with children where it never has in history? In your life, in my life, there was never all this talk about trans children. Like this, it seems insane that we've forgotten that kids don't know what the fuck is going on yet.
I think a lot of it is owing to social media platforms and the internet. I think this is what I'm talking about when I say the activists, I don't think speak for the community at large. I think they get an agenda that they're pushing, and I think they really get wrapped up in this, and it gets a lot of oxygen on the internet. It gets a lot of oxygen on social media platforms. Now, they say there's no social contagion here, but the girls that are claiming to be transgender, that percentage has gone up. Some reports say it's gone up 800%, 1,000% over the last several years, and they say, well, that's because they feel more comfortable talking about it now. Is that true, or is it because you read about it, you see it on social media, and you think, well, I can distinguish myself in this way? I think there is a social contagion effect, so people jump on the bandwagon, and if it's for a short period of time, but they've done things that can't be reversed, I think that's really tragic. And they say there are very few detransitioners. I don't think that's true. I think there's a lot more detransitioners that want to reverse this and come back than are being reported.
And there's a lot of deep shame attached to that, obviously.
Of course.
It's also something that you don't want people to know about. It's so personal. It defines you for the rest of your life. Everyone's going to know that's the guy that used to be a girl and became a guy again. You know, and there's all the questions and all the bullshit that comes along with that.
I will say this. I don't think teachers want to get involved in this. I think some of them push it. I think teachers at large just want to teach. I don't think they want to get pulled into this.
Well, it's like bad cops, right? Like you hear about a bad teacher and you think all teachers are like that. But
They're
that's
not.
ridiculous. Most of them are just people who their profession, but they enjoy teaching people.
They do. And let me tell you, teachers don't get into teaching for the money. I don't know a teacher that doesn't get into their own pocket to get resources for the classroom, to help with the classroom, to put up signs and bring in materials for the classroom. Most of them are very dedicated. They're very good people that teach because they really want to help young people. I think they're some of the most underpaid, dedicated people in this entire country, and they don't want to deal with this stuff.
Agreed. I feel the same way as I feel about teachers as I do about police officers. I think most of them are great.
I do too.
Just
I
there's
think
a small amount of interactions that people have. And I also think about both teachers and police officers. The stress of their job and the experiences they have, particularly if you teach a public school in maybe a sketchy area. I mean, those people are risking their health often. There's violence. It happens all the time to teachers. There's all these cell phone videos of teachers getting beat up.
I did a show last week with 3 teachers from around the country that tried to take a cell phone, tell a student to put their cell phone away, and got attacked. And one of them wound up in the hospital for a week, had to have knee surgery, go on workers' comp, wound up having to take bankruptcy, lost her house. All of that. A student jumped on her and just beat the hell out of her.
Is this the one that was in the hallway? It was a viral video?
Well, the one I'm talking about had 67 million views.
Is this a woman who was beat up by a man or a young boy?
No, I saw that one. This one was beat up by a girl.
Another girl?
And here's the thing. There were all of these students taking videos of it, but nobody helping. Finally, somebody pulled the girl off the teacher.
Well, they're scared. You jump in, they'll attack you, and people are scared.
It is scary. And people will hear us talk about this and say, oh, you're transphobic. I don't hate anybody. I just am concerned for the welfare of young people that get led in a particular direction.
Well, that's just a way to silence people from talking about it. They'll say you're transphobic.
Well,
and it might not even necessarily be people. I have a feeling a lot of the shit that we're dealing with online is foreign agents. And then what they're doing is setting up thousands and thousands of accounts and targeting specific topics and specific things. And I think that's one of them. I think it would be a great way to weaken America, to make everybody at each other's throats about the dumbest fucking things, and then even put children and children's health and lives at risk with this crazy shit that we're talking about right now. And the more that stuff is going on in our country, the more there's going to be a decay of our appreciation for America, less patriotism, less paying attention to what we're doing.
Let me tell you, I've been, you've heard all of these stories of people getting swatted.
Yes.
And for anybody that doesn't know, that's when they call in a phony report, and so a SWAT team shows up at your house. That can go south in a hurry.
And it has.
Yeah,
people died.
Yeah, people have been shot.
Yeah.
Since New Year's Eve, Robin and I have had SWAT incidences 6 times.
Jesus Christ.
And I'm no victim, so I fight back. And I've got cybersecurity people, and we got involved and found out what was going on. And the source of this was a group out of Russia.
Of course.
And these bot farms, when people say that you think these are phony accounts and people are hating on the internet and posting all this stuff up and they're not real accounts, these bot farms, some of them, these accounts are 10 or 12 years old, and they've got millions, not 10 or 10,000 or 12,000, millions in these bot farms. And so we've been getting into all that with our cybersecurity experts. And when all of a sudden somebody targets somebody and says, oh, they're transphobic or they're racist or whatever, and you get into who all saying this, these aren't real accounts.
Exactly.
They're not real people.
Exactly.
And so somebody says, oh, well, I need to apologize for this or apologize for that. I know who I am. I know what I believe. I'm not transphobic. I'm not racist. I'm not any of those things. And so but they jump on and start saying all that stuff about you. Well, you just got to decide you know who you are or you don't.
Yeah, it's just people need to be aware of what's going on if you're engaging in these social media platforms. That is a factor. There are real people out there, and you can connect with them, and it's very valuable. You can learn a lot of things.
Right,
you
of course.
can interact with a lot of people. But also, there's a lot of fake accounts, a lot. And there was an FBI, a former FBI, was he an analyst, Jamie? He estimated that it may be as high as 80% of all the accounts on Twitter are fake.
Yeah.
I won't say X.
Yeah.
Elon's my friend, but X is ridiculous. I'll say it occasionally if I'm being charitable.
Yeah.
It's fucking Twitter. Because what are you making an X? No, you're tweeting. I tweeted this thing out. We've been saying that for too long, bro. You can't just change it. But that's an insane number. Let's say he's wrong by 30%. Still half the people online. I mean, if he's accurate, that's crazy. That means there's just been a mass infiltration of foreign agents into all of the discourse about politics and gender and society and women's rights and men's rights and war and Ukraine and every fucking thing that happens in the world. Everything. And you're getting confused as to what the general consensus is of the population. Because you go out with most people, and you're like, what do you think about that? And they're like, fuck that. You're like, yeah, right, fuck that. Why is everybody going along with this? What the hell's going on? This episode is brought to you by True Classic. Finding premium basics online can be hard. This episode is brought to you by Squarespace. What the hell's going on?
Yeah, it's like the emperor's new clothes. Nobody wants to speak up because they want to seem like a fool. But I did not want to write another book. I told Robin I'd written 9 books, and I said I'm done. My last book will be an autobiography when I'm sitting out in the backyard or playing golf every day. But I wrote this book. We've got issues. How you can stand strong for America's soul and sanity. Because I looked around at what was going on and said somebody's got to tell the truth. Somebody's got to call this for what it is. And one of the big things I talk about is what happened to our society because of social media platforms and the internet. And think about it. We had the Industrial Revolution, right? And until that happened, we were a very agricultural-driven society, right? Everybody worked on the farm. And so family units were really tight because everybody had to work all day, every day. And so they'd come in at noon and have a meal, and they'd come back at dinner time and have dinner. And everybody worked together on the farm. But then when things got mechanized with the Industrial Revolution, then people moved to the city. And we went from 95% agricultural to now it's about 1%. And that was a huge change in the human race. And there's not been that big a change until 2008 or 2009. And that was the advent of the smartphone. It was like big airplanes flew over the country and dropped smartphones on everybody. That's the biggest change in society since the Industrial Revolution. Think about it.
Yeah.
We went from walking around with our heads up like this to down. People check their phone an average of 352 times a day. Think about 352 times a day.
That's insane.
Now that's adults and children alike. And look what happened to kids. When I turned 16, when I was 15 and 364 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes, I was at the DMV waiting to get my driver's license, right? Now, kids turn 16, they don't even go get their driver's license. Yeah, I'll get it sometime.
Yep,
They start dating later. They start having sex later. They get their driver's license, everything later. Why? Because they're watching people live their lives on the internet instead of living their own lives. And in 08, 09, and 10, we saw the biggest spikes in depression, anxiety, suicide, and loneliness since they've been keeping records. That's when the cell phones came out. That's when smartphones came out. That's when the internet blew up. Because people started watching people live their lives instead of living their own life, and those lives they were watching were fiction. And they compared their life to that life and said, I suck.
Well, there's a lot of depression amongst women, more self-harm than ever, and more suicidal ideology and suicide. It's like Jonathan Haidt's work, the Coddling the American Mind. It shows like there's a real spike when social media becomes invented because you're comparing yourself, and there's no compare. You can't compare. It's not. First of all, those people are either surgically altered or they're using filters. There's a lot of them. Maybe some of them are natural, but for the most part, you're getting these glamorous depictions of a life that's impossible for you to imagine. It's depressing.
Yeah, and so I've had influencers on the show that said, I post a video where I'm putting on all these clothes and saying I'm going to the NBA All-Star game and, should I wear this or should I wear that? He said, as soon as that camera stops, I carefully take those clothes off because I don't own them. I have to take them back to the store. I'm not going to the NBA All-Star game. I'm going to sit on the couch in my sweats just like everybody else. You've seen it. There's that
private jet thing.
That private jet thing in Santa Monica. They ripped that out by the 15 minutes.
Yeah, you go into a fake private jet and you take photos like you're, living the jet set lifestyle. We're just on a set somewhere.
It's in a warehouse out there. They get in there, put on their beach clothes and their ski clothes. They ain't going anywhere.
They ain't going anywhere.
And everybody compares themselves to that and go, I'm such a loser. My life sucks. And so they compare themselves and go, yeah, I'm no good. And so these kids started getting depressed. I mean, it went up.
The thing is, like, if you do it really well, if you become a fitness influencer or an online influencer and do it really well, you become super successful and you can actually make a really good living doing it. So what we're seeing with a lot of these people are just like really bad open micers.
Yeah.
Like they want to be Dave Chappelle, but it's a long way to the top if you want to rock and roll. If you want to be an influencer, they're just sort of LARPing.
Well, listen to this. Since 2010 and 2011, there was a 62% increase for older teens, 189% increase in depression for preteens, 70% increase in suicide for older teens, 151% increase for preteens. I mean, that's terrible.
Terrible.
And I think the biggest part of it is because they stop living their lives. They don't have friends. They don't get out and do activities. They're addicted to this two-dimensional screen.
Yeah, and what comes after that thing? Because that thing, no one would have ever believed that a little thing you keep in your pocket would have you on it 6 hours a day. But like, that's not possible. When you look at your screen time. Most people, Jimmy, what's your screen time? What's your average?
I mean, I've thought about this. It doesn't include when I'm looking at my laptop and then my other computer.
Doesn't include that?
It's just my iPhone.
Right. Oh, right. You're saying
Yeah,
more.
I switch off my phone to look at different screens. I'm on my TV and then 4 screens at home, but my screen time's like 4 hours a day.
Mine would be way higher if I didn't have to do a podcast. That's the one thing about podcasts. It's one of the rare opportunities where you sit and talk to a person and you're not interacting with that stupid thing at all.
I wonder if people, of course, because of what I do from a psychological standpoint, I wonder if people ever stop and think how many people you look at every day and never really see when you go through your life. I mean, whether it's the people in the parking lot, the people behind the counter that you look at and never really see.
Yeah. How many people you write off?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, as we become, especially if you're living in a city, as we become more populated, people have become almost, they look at people as like a liability. They look at people as like an inconvenience. There's too many of them. As opposed to if you live in a place that doesn't have very many people, you look at people like, that's my neighbor. What's up, Bob? There's a guy in my neighborhood. I drive by him and he's always working on his garden. I look forward to waving to this guy because he waves at every car. Every car that drives by, the guy puts his hands up, waves. I love that dude.
It's a Texas thing.
It's a Texas thing. Yeah. It's that, my friend Bridget says it's Texas friendly. Yeah. But the fucking guy does it to everybody. Everybody that comes by, I watch. This guy just waves at everybody.
I have friends coming from California and somebody lets you in traffic, you wave at me. You gotta let me in traffic. I'm thanking them.
Bro, if you live in New York City and you wave at everybody you see, you're gonna get the fuck beat. Someone's gonna beat your ass.
You trying to start something?
Someone's gonna fuck you up. Someone's definitely gonna rob you. Just standing still, waving.
Yeah.
What do you got on you, bro? But this is it's a better way to live. It's a better way to live to be friendly to people.
Oh, for sure.
And I think the anxiety of the internet is I often compare it to the anxiety of living in a hyperpopulated city. You get stuck in traffic every day. It's like this anxiety that comes with being stuck in traffic. You get like friends that don't know what it's like to drive to Orange County. We went to Orange County this past weekend for UFC, and you're driving in Orange County, but you ain't going nowhere at 5 p.m. You ain't going nowhere.
No.
You're going nowhere. That's bumper to bumper everywhere you look. It's wild, and it takes hours to get anywhere. And salute those heroes. Those people who live in Orange County, commute to LA. You people are savages. You just want a backyard so bad.
Yeah. And when you get home, you got it made, but it's hell getting there.
It's hell getting there. But what a lot of them, what they do is they just take the ride home is bad. If you're smart, you get in real early and you go to the gym. Just get a gym near your job.
Yeah, a lot of people do that.
That's the best way. Also, it's the best way to start your day. You already got the workout in. You're awake when you get to work. It's the best way to do it. You can get it in. We used to have a lot of 6:30 jiu-jitsu classes. I was always amazed at it, but I'm like, that's what you got to do. You work at 9, get in there at 6:30. You beat traffic. You made it downtown.
Yeah, you got to adapt. You got to adapt. Things are changing. We're not adapting very well in too many areas. We're not adapting very well.
That's what my fear is. My fear is that technology moves so fast. The only way to adapt is to integrate. That's what my big fear is. My big fear is that with all this Neuralink stuff, I don't even know if it's fear or if it's a prognostication. When I look at the future, I go, well, if you just take it from here and just follow a normal path of progression, where's it going? It's going to deeper and deeper integration. And it's my fear that this is what we're looking forward to. We're looking forward to some sort of integration, whether it's a headpiece or an actual implant. I don't think we're very far away from that.
No, this AI is going to change things in a big way. And we're in an election year right now, and creating deep fakes using AI. I'm really wondering if it's going to drive the election in some ways this year because It's getting so good. I've seen myself in ads selling products. I mean, me talking,
yeah.
selling ads, selling products I've never even heard of. It's not me.
Same as me.
It's
Yeah.
a deep fake.
There's hundreds of them. I saw a Warren Buffett one that's all over the internet. It's Warren Buffett getting interviewed by a lady on CNN about Bitcoin, and it's everywhere. I can see, if I pull up my feed right now, I'll show. And I understand how they can't find this and make it so that no one can upload it. But this video is in. I'll show you this because it's so crazy. It's in so much of my feed. All these. Giveaway. These are all different versions of the same video. It's like 35% of my feed. All these giveaway.
Yeah.
There's so many of them. It's all the same thing. It's all Warren Buffett telling you about Bitcoin, some things they're doing. It's all deep fake.
Yeah, and I don't know how we try to send out cease and desist letters and all this stuff. They just change the corporate entity and pop up again.
I've done the whole rabbit hole. It goes all the way back to Russia. It's the same kind of thing. Or it goes somewhere else.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of foreign countries that are doing it. They're doing it for especially these kind of things. It's like the Nigerian prince scam. It's like they know how to make money. You don't have to get everybody. If you cast a wide net, you get a few fish. You know, most fish are like, I see that net. Get the fuck out of here. But there's a lot of people that are just dull-minded and they've got a little bit of money in their bank account, and next thing you know, they're investing in some fake Bitcoin exchange.
Yeah, we see it in love scams all the time.
And love scams are horrible.
And they're coming out, and it's so sad because they're these are elderly women that are retired, and in sometimes 30, 60 days, they'll take what they spent their entire life accumulating, and it's gone. I mean, there's no getting it back. It's gone.
And it's just interaction on email with someone. Is that what it is?
Yeah. Well, now it's even worse because they are deep faking. They're
Yeah.
it's some Nigerian, but they do a voice anonymizer, and they're actually talking to her.
You can use someone else's voice now too.
Yeah.
You know, that's what's really crazy. That they can use your voice to say. All they have to do is record a phone conversation. I think it's like 30 seconds long, and they can take that phone conversation and use your voice to call someone and tell them anything. Hey, listen, I'm in real bad trouble. You've got to do me a favor, solve a favor right now. You need to wire $2,000. I'll pay you back Monday. Trust me. This is like a thing for my life. I can't tell you anymore, but can you do this for me? Yeah, man, I got you. And next thing you know, your friend walks through the door. You go, I was just wiring money to you. Like, what?
Yeah.
The fuck are you talking about? I'm right here.
And there'll be somebody like really famous that's obviously very rich, and they'll say, I just need $5,000 right now. Why would somebody that is clearly a multimillionaire need $5,000? They don't think.
Well, they probably are hypnotized by the fact they're talking to Dr. Phil. First of all, they're like, what? The real doctor? The Dr. Phil?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I've seen your show 1,000 times. So they're hypnotized by that. And then you're making sense. Like, I'm going to do you a solid. You give me this $5,000, I'm going to give you $50,000 on Monday. Like, holy shit, okay. Like, we're running a thing to see how trustworthy people are. I think people are trustworthy, and I trust you. So I'm going to do this for you. You send $5,000, you trust me, and then next thing you know, the guy's out $5,000, and it wasn't really you. That's easy to believe.
Yeah, it's human nature. And we intercepted a manual from Nigeria, and it was a training manual for the workroom, and it says, how to get these women to trust you. It says contact them like at 10 o'clock at night. That's when they're most vulnerable. It had like 20 or 30 pickup lines.
Wow.
It's had all of these poems to use, all of this stuff. We've got the manual, and we put it on the air so people see it.
Imagine that is an industry. How clever are Nigerians, though? They figured that out immediately upon the internet. They're one of the first ones. They were the pioneers of the online scam.
Yeah, we got a couple of them have been extradited back to the United States now.
Really?
Where they'll probably get in front of a DA that gives them their walking papers.
Especially if it's in New York.
Yeah.
You're in, you're out. Unless you're Donald Trump, then you're going to jail.
Yeah.
But what they're doing is pretty wild that they use the internet that way. I mean, I wonder how big that industry is. I bet it's pretty sizable.
Oh, I think it's $1 billion industry. I think they're taking down $1 billion. I think it's big money. We've had some on the show where they're taking down $1 million from one woman. And sometimes it's 10,000, 20,000, sometimes it's 100,000, but we've had them, it's $1 million.
I was watching this one really sad one. It was this lady and her dad. The mom died. The dad was lonely. The dad had been interacting with some woman. And he went all the way to Europe to meet her. He didn't send me money. Went all the way to Europe to meet her, and then something came up. She couldn't meet him. And then it happened again. He went to Europe again and again. And by this time he's in the hole. $250,000, $350,000, $350,000 just sending money to this person that doesn't exist.
When I finally prove it to him, it's painful to do it. I tell him, I take no pleasure in telling you this, but the only thing worse than being in a bad relationship for a year is being in one for a year and a day. You need to know it now.
Yeah.
And stop the bleeding. It's
God,
unbelievable.
that's got to be devastating too for the rest of your life. You feel like a fucking loser too.
Yeah, and you know you're not ever going to get it back.
No, you're never gonna get it back. They got you. This humiliation. You feel so foolish.
Yeah, and when they realize it's a foreigner that's taken from somewhere that is halfway around the world, it's terrible. And I think part of that is why people are so kind of paranoid about what's happening at the border. With people coming across, and they know that they're coming across from so many different countries now. I think there's a distrust.
Well, rightly so. I mean, this is something that every president has agreed on. If you go back and watch Obama's speeches, you go back and watch Bush's speeches, all the presidents before us, including Clinton, have all talked about having a border, having a strong border, having a protected border. But this is a weird thing they're doing. They're just letting people come in, and the Red Cross is encouraging it. Different groups are encouraging it. They're giving people maps, showing them how to do it. This is crazy. There's a mass migration into America.
Well, I've been to the border recently, and I talked to those guards down there, and I'm telling you, I spent just a day down there, and I know there have been people that spend a lot more time down there than that. But what I heard down there was, even knowing, I felt like I knew a lot about it before I went down there, but I was shocked. As much as I thought I knew about it, I was shocked when I got down there. First off, the morale among those guards down there is the fact that they're hanging in and doing as well as they are is they're turning into social workers. They went down there to be guards, and they say what we're doing now, instead of apprehending these people, is we're greeting these people, and we're processing them and giving them money and resources. And it's interesting. You've been down there, right?
I have not.
There are the Texas border guards, and they wear brown uniforms. And then there are the federal that wear green. And if you get apprehended by a brown uniform, you get arrested, processed, and sent back. If you get apprehended by a green uniform, you get arrested, processed, given a court date in 4 years, 7 years, or whatever, and released into the country. So they run to the green uniforms and run away from the brown uniforms. Same job, different colored uniforms. The green uniforms, their court date might be 7 years. But if they run into a green uniform, they get processed, money, and they're into the country.
That's wild. When did that start happening?
It's been going on for a good while. Now, Abbott, of course, has been taking some of them and busing them up into different locations.
Yeah.
Instead of sending them back. which has lately been something you can't do. You can't send them back. So it's
So they can't send them back now?
well, I don't know what they're doing with them since this last thing that they just came up with. In talking to the union guy, who's head of the union for all of the guards, it was interesting. I asked him, "What do you need? What do you need down here to do your job?" His name is Brandon Judd, and he said, "We don't need more money. We don't need more agents. We don't need new legislation. We just need you to let us do our job. We just need you to apply the laws that exist now, and we'll be fine. You don't need. We don't." I said, "Wait a minute. You're telling me you don't need more money or more agents?" He said, "No. Just let us do our job. If you just, we had in place a hold in Mexico, instead of come over here. Just use the legislation that's on the books, and we're fine. We're not trying to keep people out. We just want to have enough of a flow control that we know who's coming in. They're not. These aren't bad guys that are trying to be mean to people down there. We just need to know who it is."
What do you think the motivation is behind the federal border patrol people letting people go? Like, whose decision is this, and why? Forget about whose. We don't know that, right? Why? Why would they want that? What are the benefits of that? Is it cheap labor? Is it people eventually that will vote?
Well, I think it's virtue signaling. I think
That's it?
they've taken this position that said, "Hey, we want everybody," and I get that. Listen, I'm very pro-immigration. I just think it needs to be legal.
Yeah.
You need to go through the process.
Yeah.
It's a felony to enter this country illegally, and so, but they're doing that, and they're pulling them out of the water. They're pulling them off of the wall and processing them and giving them a court date that, because of our system, is sometimes 7 or 10 years. And then they're legally in the country. They've got papers. They say, no, I was processed at the border. They're just not coming through the ports of entry.
Right, but you're aware this is happening all over the world, right?
Right.
Yeah. So what do you think the motivation? There's got to be some sort of a decision that's been made to allow this to happen, or to not stop it from happening, or to encourage it to happen. It's not like this is like a spontaneous, organic movement. People just decide to move to Europe. People just decide to move to America. It seems like it's something coordinated, right?
Well, look at it this way. You look at California, for example. And I said we've got issues. I talk about 10 principles for a healthy society, and one is you don't reward bad behavior. We've got people that we know are lawbreakers if they're coming in illegally. And so what do we expect them to do once they get here? And we're rewarding that behavior. They come in illegally. We reward it by giving them a free pass for 7 to 10 years, because that's how long it's going to take for them to get a hearing. And you know how many will show up for that hearing? And most people would say none. No, I bet you they all show up for their hearings, because it's been 7 to 10 years, and they'll show up and say, "Hey, I've been waiting 7 to 10 years. The system will probably at that point let them stay. They've been here 7 to 10 years. They've had children who are citizens because they were now born in the country. I bet you a high percentage of them show up for those hearings because they will predict getting a good result when they show up for the hearing. And they'll have American-born children at that point. So we're subsidizing behavior that we don't want. We don't know who it is. And we've got they tell me that between 2010 and 2020, they had about 11 to 1,500 Chinese come across the border. And in the first 11 months of 2023, they had about 33,000 come across the border.
Are you worried about that in terms of it being a military threat? Are you thinking these are people that are escaping a totalitarian, oppressive government, and they want to be able to make their own money and live in the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Yes.
Both.
I think there are people that 100% want to get out away from the oppressive government there, for sure. And the number of military-aged men, now, I'm just told by people that are at the border and have witnessed this themselves, the number of military-aged men that are showing up with military haircuts, clearly in shape. So these guys are showing up with six-packs and military boots that are coming in is not an insignificant number. Now, where are they going? We don't know. We don't know where they're going. We're not following them. We're not tracking them. And one thing I want to be real careful about, and I'm very sincere about this, I don't want to say anything that causes people to feel badly or foster any kind of hatred toward Asian people in the United States. It's not the people, it's the government. That's the problem. I think that we've got, it's just like, if they are sending people over here that are military aged with an agenda, would we be naive to think that if we've let that many in, that they couldn't spread out across the country and in some coordinated effort attack the energy grid here on a given day and create havoc? Of course they could.
Of course they could. Do you remember when that cop went rogue in LA a few years back? I don't remember what caused it, what happened, what the situation was, but he just started killing people. He killed a bunch of people, killed a bunch of cops, and then they wound up getting to him near Big Bear. Somewhere up there, he had like holed up in a cabin and wanted to shoot him. Do you remember that story?
I remember exactly.
And he terrorized that city for as long as he was alive. He terrorized those cops. And a good friend of mine who knows a lot about the military world and tactical world said, "Listen, man, we take 10 dudes, 10 well-trained dudes, and they take over this fucking city." I go, "Really?" He goes, 10 guys. He goes, 10 bad motherfuckers who are well-trained and well-armed. Do you remember the, was it North Hollywood, the bank robbery, where those crazy fucks showed up with bulletproof vests and machine guns and took over a bank and had a shootout with the cops on the street? It was insane. It was like a scene out of Heat. That scares the fucking shit out of me.
Well, it should. I mean, we should be afraid of it.
With all this defund the police talk, and then that happening at the same time. If you were playing chess and you were from another country, we're so naive because nothing ever happens here. We try to imagine that it only happens in other places. But we're part of the reason why it's happening in a lot of these other places. And if you were from another country and you decided to slowly amass a force in the United States, that's what you would do. And to see this happening, to see that no one is saying that might be a possibility, that's not being discussed. I mean, I hear a few people like you saying it. Like Brett Weinstein said it. A few other people say it. But most people don't even want to even put it out there.
Yeah, and I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist, but let's be commonsensical here. How do I get on the Wi-Fi here? I want to show you something.
Tammy, can you send it to him? Or let's pause here. Let's pause for a second and Jamie will get you connected. Hold on a second. You ever seen a man type so fast with one hand?
No, and he did it the first time.
James is a
too.
goddamn wizard. He's
did
the
it the
best
first
one-handed
time.
Googler on planet Earth, and now he's extra hindered because he's got Carl in his lap. Oh, I heard Carl snoring earlier.
Can,
I was listening. I heard a little.
can I send this? Can I send this to Carl? Can you wake Carl up enough for me to send it to him? He's got quick pause. How can I send this to you?
You can airdrop it. Jamie, help me out here.
How do I send this to you?
We're back.
Can you play that?
What is it?
This is from the border.
It's a video of the border?
Yeah. So you're talking to that Brandon Judd at the border.
Okay.
We'll play. These children that are coming in with someone that says, I'm their mother, aunt, uncle, or whatever, we have no way of verifying that.
We do not. We used to, but we had rapid DNA testing. That's been done away with.
Are they given money to people that are released into the country?
For taxpayers, it's ultimately facilitated travel, but yes, travel is facilitated, and they are given all the necessities.
But that could be a trafficker, and there's a possibility.
That they're being trafficked, that they're going into sex, or they're being forced into sex trafficking.
And we know that. We knowingly are spending our tax dollars to sell children into sex trafficking. How, under any theory, is that okay for us to be spending tax dollars to traffic children?
Holy shit.
Now, this is the head guy on the border. And I asked him when this went on a little more, we went in more depth. You know you're on camera here, right? You just said we're spending tax dollars to sell children into sex slavery. And he said, yeah. I said, why have you not talked about this? He said, nobody's ever asked me these pointed questions. But I'm grateful that you're asking them now. That's how out of control we are down there. We are paying money to take these children and sell them into sex slavery. They come in with these addresses written on their bodies, written on their arm, and we call up there and say, do you know so-and-so? Yes, we're waiting for them. Okay, they'll be on a plane or a bus, and you need to pick them up. And I asked him, so some pimp or trafficker or whatever is picking them up there, and he said, we are knowingly sending them up there for that. And he said, it's terrible, but that's what's happening.
That's insane. That is insane. And there's no way of verifying if their parents they're going to or an aunt they're going to. There's no way of verifying it.
I actually said no.
Now, what justification could possibly exist where they would stop doing the rapid DNA test? I mean, what possible justification would there be to stop that?
It makes no sense because if they find out, well, this isn't their parent, then, okay, what are they going to do with the child? And so
Right.
I guess don't ask, and then you don't have the responsibility. But they're sending these children up there, and he's saying we're knowingly sending them into either a sweatshop or the sex industry up there.
Has anybody tried to do an expose? Has anybody tried to follow the children?
Well, that's why I was asking, because I'm like, has somebody gotten on the same bus or plane and see who's picking them up or who's not? And he said, yeah, that's happening. Why are you talking about? Well, nobody's asked this, and I'm grateful that you are.
So people are getting on the buses and planes with them to try to find out where they're going?
No.
No, he said they're not.
No.
Oh, I thought you just said
No,
that.
I said, why haven't you talked about this? He said, well, nobody's asked this question, but I'm grateful that you are.
My God, that's so insane.
And that's just a little clip. We went in more depth about this.
And the numbers are fucking nuts.
Yeah.
This past year's no 3 million.
Yeah. So we've got, I then dug into what's happening with Chinese buying, the Chinese government or Chinese nationals buying farmland. And I've got a map, if I can find it, of where they're buying this land, and it's around U.S. military installations. They're buying up land around U.S. military installations. And so when you look at the amount of land that they're buying, not all that, it's a lot of land, but given as much land as there is, it's like maybe less than 1%. But when you look at it strategically around military installations, it's really concerning. And then when you look at what's happening at those military installations that they have land around, like B-2 stealth bomber training, drone training, and all, it's very, very troubling.
God, so strategic where it's all placed.
Yeah, if I can get a hold of that map and show it to you.
It's kind of crazy that the United States has been invaded. And when did that start? With the purchase of farmland?
You know, it's been going on.
For how long? Like when this is talking about Sun owns 40% of Chinese-owned land in the U.S. He owns over 100,000 acres of land in Valverde County, Texas. All those two companies, Brazos, Highland Properties, and Harvest Texas, through his two companies. His purchases in 2016, 2017, his plans to build a wind farm, as well as his purported ties to Chinese military, drew scrutiny in Texas several years after his acquisitions. He ultimately was denied permission to proceed with his wind farm plans. So they own the land, but they won't let him proceed with the wind farm.
Yeah, and they're building a wind farm where it's not very windy. But it does butt up against a strategic military installment.
What coincidence? This is the best land that was available.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So
well, how would that be possible here under logical laws? Because in China you can't do that. They're smart. You can't just buy their land.
We absolutely cannot buy farmland.
No, you can't buy their businesses either.
Now, we had a man on talking about this, a farmer, and he said they also own the grain elevator where we sell our grain. The Chinese own that. The Chinese government owns that. So, and I said Chinese government. Chinese own that. Now, is it the government? Is it a government agent? Who owns it? He said it's Chinese owned and controlled. If they decide to stop buying his grain, I said, what happens? He said, well,
Fucked.
we're out of business.
Yeah. And then you take that on top of that, the topsoil crisis in this country.
Yeah.
They've got like 60 more crops left.
Yeah.
Unless they do something radical, change it.
Yeah. And again, I want to be real careful about how I talk about this because I'm not trying. Look, we have so many Chinese Americans here that are wonderful people that contribute so much. I don't want to say
Gear up fast.
Hey, here's a bounty contract. Hey, here's a bounty contract.
Enemies dropping into the AO. Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your tac map. Go get hunting. Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest of them. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Got gas moving in.
In what universe am I ever dying right there?
Go get after it.
Really?
Resurging. Go get your revenge. Loadout drop headed your way.
We have a loadout drop here.
Kill confirmed. Located the rest of them. Enemies dropping into the AO. Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your tac map. Get hunting. Target down. Marking the rest of them.
Bombatrone deployed.
Bomb drone is armed. No confirmed kills.
Kill confirmed, and we located the rest of them. Mark remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down.
God, bro, that took so long to reload. And my tomahawk, I didn't get one.
Get ready. You're redeploying.
I wish I could move.
Enemy soldier incoming. The enemy took that one, but we'll get him back. Enemies dropping into the AO. Gas is inbound. Friendly loadout drops on the way.
Movimento! Enemy in the area! You got a loadout drop inbound. Gas is moving in. New safe zone located.
I can't believe I just fucking died like that. Why does it sound like he's underneath me if he's not? Please answer me this.
Hey! Got one side of you!
I love that. Oh my goodness. god, bro. I cannot believe this. Oh, I got ratted. I got ratted. I cannot believe. Bro, the audio is just so fucking terrible. Sounds like he's beneath me. Of course, the tomahawk miss. That's horrendous. I love it.
Gave it a solid try.
Oh, nice. Look at those fucking hipfire headshots. I love that.
Move in here.
Positive ID on the bounty targets. Hunt them down. targets destroyed. Hell of a job.
Moving.
Loadout drop headed your way. Enemies dropping into the AO. You got a loadout drop inbound. Gas is inbound, marking a new safe zone.
Too close.
You're losing ground. Move it.
Enemy movement. Hey, here's a bounty contract.
Bounty targets marked. Kill them all.
Requesting recon flyover. Moving here. Moving.
UAV is being a fuel. RTB at this time.
All bounty targets are KIA. Well done.
Bomb drone deployed.
Bomb drone at top. No targets hit.
Requesting recon at my location. Moving here. Moving.
You got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated. Gas is inbound.
Requesting close air. Target marked.
This is Phoenix 2-3, visual on the target, strike inbound.
Nice, man. Just a random player sitting in here with an MX-9. Wow, headshots. Nice. Sick headshots, bro.
Training camp. It's the Gulag. And you gonna have to
Oh my god, man. I should have thought faster on the PA for the riot shield, because there's no way I'd get up there, I don't think. Of course, there's a random player crouch walking inside.
Man, that's all they wrote. A well-earned redeployment, soldier. Stand by. is closing in. Get to the new safe zone. Supply crates are restocked. Advise you load up now.
I don't have any money.
You're losing ground. Move it. Be advised, there's an enemy squad gunning for you.
Katsu! That was close!
Gas is closing in. Relocating the safe zone. Friendly loadout drops on the way. Tracking a high-value target. This is high risk, high reward. Gas is closing in. Primary objective complete. All targets eliminated. lost track of you. Good work down there.
Requesting recon flyover.
10 remain. You're almost done here.
Threats in the area.
Gas is inbound, marking a new safe zone.
Be advised, UAV is exiting the AO.
You got gas moving in.
Requesting recon in my location. Attenzione, this sector's hot.
Your squad's in the top 5.
Be advised, UAV is exiting the AO.
You got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated. Gas is moving.
Copy that. Mortar strike inbound now. No effect on target.
Gas is closing in. Get to the new safe zone. You got gas moving in.
Oh my god, man, this guy just camping the win, bro. All because of Riot Shield, I can't win the game. God, bro. So corny, dude. I could have killed that guy 50 fucking times, and he chooses to camp for the win like the rat that he is versus just kill the Riot Shielder. Disgusting. I should, next time, normally I lose games for Riot Shielders. But how that guy played that made me despise him more than the Riot Shielder. So I'm just gonna, I don't care. If I died to the Riot Shielder, I would die to him. I'm just gonna start, because I could have killed that guy like 50 times. So frustrating.
Check your gear and weapons. We'll be deploying shortly. Gas is inbound. Enemy soldier incoming.
Yo, what's up, Pete? Games are good, man. We're chilling. Sick. Wow, bro. He had radar. unfortunate.
That's only a rope. A well-earned redeployment, soldier. Stand by.
Oh god, man.
Move in here. Cancel last. Enemy visual.
Enemy UAV overhead.
God, how many bullets can I miss, dude?
Black site's clear. Area secure. Gas is closing in. Relocating the safe zone.
What timing? What timing, bro? Give me a fucking break, dude. Of course, I guess I have to throw the hawk and dip immediately and only reach out if it hits. I mean, that is just... I'm always against saying stuff is unlucky, but that is just straight up unlucky. Like, that is possible. I don't know if there could have been a worse animation for me to be in as soon as someone busts out. And I think I just killed that guy. I think that was a guy I killed before as well, so he shouldn't even be there, but he got pissed off and dropped down in the same spot, so. Let's see. Oh no, it's a different guy. This guy was playing. Dude, how many times can I wallbang this guy also? Like, he's just not fucking dead. How many shots do I need? How many fucking shots do I need? This is what's unreal. And then of course he's playing like that in the fucking dark. Only wants to... I mean, honestly, don't blame him after getting tracked through the wall like that. I would never play like that, but... Like, how many shots do I need? How many shots do I need? Headshots as well, bro. Like, that is multiple. I didn't know there was those windows right there. If I did, I would have just went in there. But you can't chow. Like, how am I supposed to see anything? How am I supposed to fucking see anything? Maybe I just throw a smoke in there. I knew exactly where he was too. I just can't ever see anything there, so unfortunate. Game diff. Game diff. You can't see anything because there's nothing to see. It's that simple. It is quite literally that simple. I don't know. I don't know, honestly. Probably not. I mean, there are flashlights in the game, but I don't think they actually do anything. I don't think they do anything at all. Oh my god, if I could hit my bullets, dude. Also, what are the odds I get a sniper, man? And he goes straight to my head as well. That's crazy. I gotta watch that one back, because I just refuse to believe my shots were bad. Flashlights don't do jack shit in this game. I mean, the game shouldn't, like, it should not be allowed to get that dark.
Hey, here's a bounty contract. Scratch that.
Bro, look at this bot. That's what I'm talking about with the I don't know. Sniper, by the way, I love it. This was a good off angle too. I mean, it's about as good as you can get. Master tier aimer, by the way. Yeah, I mean, I kind of got robbed on the second shot. No headshots for me, though. See this. I think maybe I should have jump child him even with that pull me out. Should have kept the pistol too. I don't mind that.
We're headed to the war zone. Get geared up and stand by.
There's a theory, the more complex and detailed games...
All stations, we are green to...
In what context, though? I mean, if there's more things going on in the screen, then yeah, it's going to be more complicated. I don't know if that'd be a theory. That's just fact, I think. Like, there's no way in hell Call of Duty's ever going to be as easy to aim in as Kovacs. I don't know if that's a theory. I don't know who would argue against that. Oh, I've got a fucking sniper. I love that.
Gas is closing in.
Really? Yeah, that's ever in. Can't aim! Not a kill, really? I can't believe I missed all those shots, bro. That's exactly what I wanted to do, bro. I love that. Dude. This game, fuck off. I love it.
Enemy in the area.
Guy's still here, I guarantee. There's a guy crosswalking here. I have no plates.
Friendly loadout drops on the way. Gas is moving in. New safe zone located.
Requesting recon flyover. Movimento.
Where's my ATV at?
Be advised, UAV is exiting the AO.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Oh my god, I can't believe I just missed. I missed my snipe and I'm dying right there, bro. In what universe am I ever dying there? And of course I'm in Narnia as well. Oh, I might as well requeue, man. Jeez, bro. Oh, I've got a gun, sick. Ugh. Dude, I ADS'd and I melee'd and I didn't get tax stance. I love it. I love that. Oh my god. Really? I wish there was a competitive BR that was like competitive, you know? That'd be, I mean, I guess Apex is the one. Apparently the knife did miss. Apparently the knife did miss. Also, I just I don't ever see how I die right here. I don't know in what universe I ever die right here. Am I missing plates? No. I wish I would have seen the kill cam. He didn't kill me from headshots either. It's crazy. Am I getting fucked by Taxance RNG? The first shots I miss, unfortunately. Yeah, bro, what is that? I missed like 4 bullets. Right there. I gotta look at this. I think I was actually getting fucked by Taxance RNG. I don't know, man. Something right there is just off. I mean, we're about to see. Taxance fucking me here. Can't see my target. Those missed. That's fine. And I didn't think you would know that I was here as well. I guess I'm just missing. Taxance is fucking me here, bro. This Uzi is not it with the Taxance. Look at this. How am I supposed to see anything? Taxance, by the way. I guess I just missed. But the death where I landed on that guy, I put Taxance in, but it didn't fucking work. It made me melee. I made sure to ADS and everything. Well, you don't need it. There's no advantage on controller. I do it because I can see easier, and I don't. Nah, it's saving grace, bro. For the mouse inputters, you can actually see what you're shooting at. Oh, I forgot to look at your text also. Oh, okay. Does it? That must be an input specific thing. Let's hope not be a sniper. Sounded like someone's right next to me.
You're losing ground. Move it.
Like there's never a world where I get that kill so cleanly if I have to ADS and look through iron sights. And here's a guy crouch walking. I didn't go down in the thing, and of course my tomahawk missed. Dude, I don't buy that. I don't buy that. I gotta watch that again.
Right to earn redeployment. Hey, I know money doesn't grow on trees,
That's
but
weird.
it is covering the ground.
I also jumped down into that thing. It didn't put me down in there.
And that's all they wrote. A well-earned redeployment, soldier. Stand by.
I didn't get that.
Got a buy station here.
I love that. I love it. Of course, man. Of course. 3 riot shielders in a row. I love it. Sounds good, man. Enjoy yourself. I just got second place in a game earlier because I chose not to kill the guy without a riot shield. And the guy without a riot shield rats until I kill the riot shielder and then he kills me. It's a good time. I always vowed not to, if there's a riot shielder in the game, to kill them no matter what. But after that guy ratted the way he did and didn't team up with me and kill the riot shielder, I'm just killing people from now on. Like, I could have killed the guy too, like 50 times, but I chose to keep him alive so we could kill the riot shielder. And after that... Also, I didn't get any audio for that guy running up the entire length of the building at all until he was literally on my door. We'll have to go to Apex, man. I'm kind of getting tired of this shit. I just want a non-bullshit experience. That's about it. That's all I want. This gun has such weird recoil. Apparently it's good, but I don't know how I feel about it. That's what you tell me, bro. We might have to get into it, man. We might have to get into it. I wish I knew the bullshit in that game before we made a switch, though. Jeez. Dude, COD audios, you'll hear them, and if you try to do that, they'll be in your face. Like, they'll be in your face when it sounds like they're behind the corner still, you know? You cannot do that in this game. with the tick rate, with the ping, with the audio, bro, you'll be in the kill cam if you're waiting on that audio. Bro, you'll be in the kill cam if you wait on that audio. How terrible is that? That's so shit. Bro, you will be at the lobby if you wait on that audio. That's crazy, man. That's so crazy. Oh my goodness.
Hey, here's a bounty contract.
It'll be soon until you're back, man. It'll be soon.
dropping into the AO.
Got one hiding. Moving. Remico.
On my bounty. I love that. I didn't get both of those kills. Dude, there's something wrong with this game. I didn't... One of those kills I didn't get. Dude, you thought it was a two-piece. Wait, where did this guy go? What the hell? You thought it... Bro, I should have 3 kills right now. I should have 3 kills.
Attenzione, this sector's hot.
I should have 3 kills. Game's trash, man. Oh, my gun didn't shoot, bro. Oh, it's so annoying.
Moving here.
Who else would have gotten that kill is my question. My gun's not coming out. I don't know if the guy got the kill or not. What's up? I can't believe you have that thing clocked to fucking 3090 Ti levels, bro. That's just criminal. That is straight criminal. Did he open that? He didn't. Fuck. Really? Same guy? What the fuck is he doing? I should be on 7 right now.
Loadout drop headed your way. Gas is a new safe zone.
Yeah. Come on, Rune, you gotta gas me for that, bro. Rip, dude. Rip. Is Bounty still here?
Here's a bounty contract.
Oh, you're good, man. Enjoy yourself, brother.
Gas is inbound.
Get the kill? I can't even get a UAV, what the hell? That's rigged. What was? How do I not have UAV money though? Should stay in the car.
Bounty targets identified. Weapons free.
How do I even push this? Both have south, man. Sick. Another south. Really? Kind of gnarly, guys. Kind of gnarly.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
I still don't have enough for UAV. Is that not criminal? Thanks, man.
Gas is moving in. New safe zone located.
Oh my god. Should never ever miss those shots. Ay, man. I didn't see where he went.
All bounty targets are KIA. Well done.
I've got money for UAVs. Get it.
Heads up. An enemy squad marked you as a bounty target. Gas is closing in.
I thought I heard somebody over here. Who could have seen me right there? Do it, bro. If you can play, dude, let's play. Who cares, man? Nobody cares, man.
Be advised, UAV is exiting the AO.
I really don't want to use this other UAV. Above me. He's still up there. I love that. I miss it? Okay. About to say.
Evading the enemy. You're clear for now.
Hey, I'm fine with that, bro. Chemistry's too high, man. We don't need any comms. This fucker at? Jeez, man.
Gas is closing in. Relocating the safe zone. Supply crates have been restocked. Load up.
It's not a headshot. That's a headshot.
UAV is being for fuel. RTB at this time.
Kind of wasted that UAV. I think we do too as well.
Enemy UAV overhead. Gas is moving.
It's a headshot. Come on. Give me a break. Oh, this fucker's gonna make me die now. That gas mask, dude. I guess so far too. It's not a kill shot.
Gas is closing in. Get to the new safe zone. Gulag is closed until further notice.
I took my kill, man. Oh, it gave it to me.
Friendly loadout drops on the way.
Interesting. Where is this fucker?
You're losing ground. Move it.
You had money. Do you have a mask on him? Surely this player has a mask, right? No. I don't really know my way around this part. Wow, mortar and a PA.
You're in the top 10. Keep knocking them out. You got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated. You got gas moving in.
God. I love that. It's a guy I missed a tomahawk on.
Gas is moving in. New safe zone located.
Oh my god, dude, it's so fucking annoying. Of course he comes back. I think in general we do. I don't know though, it depends. I have to watch some of our games. Oh, let me show you that fucking snipe I was talking about earlier. I gotta for sure clip it. Oh my god. That was pretty nasty. Wasn't this? YouTube, hello. Where was it? Oh, it was here. Okay. Religious. I'll play it at normal speed. Bro, imagine getting killed like this. I'd subscribe immediately. Dude, that is hilarious.
Gear up fast. We're about to get evil.
I'm about to go look at that two-piece at the beginning as well. That is nasty. My kills have been getting robbed. Like there have been times where I will get kills and it won't give them to me. Like it says I killed both these players as well. Like what the hell happened here? This maybe it gave me. It didn't knock him, did it? There's no way he had self this early. No, look. I get the full confirm on this guy, right? The full confirm. This guy's still alive. Nobody's shooting him. I kill this guy too. What anticipation are we talking about? I don't know how I don't get that kill. Who else is getting killed too? What? Who? I'm so lost. I got both of those. And I only get credit for one. Full kill. And then it says someone went down, though. But no one ever got thirsted from going down. Game's weird, man. It's not the first time that's happened to me, either. Well, it should be stable in Cinebench. That's CPU. Unless Cinebench has a graphics one that I don't know about. I should play for this. I didn't do enough damage to him, right? True. Oh, I didn't know that. That's awesome. And it sounds like you ran it for a while, too. That's what I need.
Simple. Eliminate all bounty targets.
Threats in the area. Moving.
Am I trolling? Oh, okay.
All bounty targets destroyed. Hell of a job.
Sick. Yeah, bro, if you're able to play and you can fucking play, I don't care if you don't talk or anything, dude. I'm down. Really should get UAV here.
Requesting recon flyover. Moving here. ATV marked. Cancel last. Moving. Scratch that.
Look how crazy it is. I can't see him. It's madness.
Counter UAV distrutto.
Could have held on to that.
Hey, here's a bounty contract.
Loadout drop headed your way. Bounty targets are up. Get after them. Gas is closing in.
Hearing things, dude.
Enemy movement. Cancel last. Merda! Enemy tac rover. Marked.
I knew how to get on the roof, dude. What is this building? Oh, sick. Oh, of course, of course. Where's my audio for that movement right there? I love that, dude. Gnarly.
And you gonna have to fight to earn redeployment.
He's walking down steps in my building. I didn't hear a single thing. Maybe it happened right when I picked up the DDoS. I didn't know if you could even get upstairs from that. Look at that stun. How gross is that?
A well-earned redeployment, soldier. Stand by.
Oh, in Narnia. 3 kills only, man. Look at this guy. Look at this guy, man. 100 round mags in case, you know, 50 wasn't enough. My laser fucked me over there. I cannot believe this guy's camping loadouts on the edge of zone. See, those players are worse than riot shielders, honestly. With a 100 round mag as well. Oh my god. Was I in the air when he started shooting me? What? I still should have been able to kill him. Why couldn't I? Oh, I had my pistol out, that's why. Because the gulag. You in the gulag with your... How is he hitting these shots also? 12 ticker server. Am I right? And of course it's a sniper, man, of all things. I can't even see him. Can't hear him either. Nah, bro. How sad is this? That was a nice camo. What camo is that? What camo is this? Is that the zombies camo? Dude, how corny is this? I in the game in Gulag with The RAM. Obviously, my pistol comes out here. This is so disgusting, man. I hope it's like a 12-year-old. This is a grown-ass man playing like this, dude. Like, look at this. Crouch in the tunnel. Zone is moving. And a player like that can kill me. That's the kind of game we're playing. Crazy.
Most wanted contract here.
Yeah, there's nothing else. Can I even do this? I can't do this.
You're the target of a most wanted contract. Eliminate threats and secure supply caches to close it. Gas is inbound.
Hello? Is this real? Wow.
your location. Well earned.
Bombatrone, deploy.
You got a loadout drop inbound.
No effect on target.
Gas is inbound, marking a new safe zone.
Requesting recon in my location. Moving here. Scratch that.
UAV is being a fuel. RTV at this time.
Right, bro. Give it to me.
Gas is moving. This ain't training camp. It's the Gulag. And you gonna have to fight to earn redeployment.
Where's my audio also? This guy's fucking flying in from the ceiling like Batman and I have nothing. Oh, this is the guy. Hopefully he kills me so I can watch kill cam. Because that shit was a bit gnarly. You tell me that doesn't hit. There's a guy there. Alright. Alright, man, alright.
Requesting recon flyover. Attenzione, this sector's hot. Moving.
Hey, it's hot over here. What's happening? Right, shield sick.
Be advised, UAV is exiting the AO.
I love that.
Gas is closing in. Relocating the safe zone.
fucking shit on. God, it feels so good. It feels so good. God, it feels so good. You just,
Gas is closing in.
you know how to make me feel.
Moving here. Cancel last. Threats in the area. Scratch that.
Be advised, an enemy squad is tracking your location.
It's the same guy. Pray that was the same guy.
Moving here. Requesting recon at my location.
Be advised, UAV is exiting the AO.
You got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated. Supply crates are restocked. Advise you load up now.
Moving.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Really, bro? You're straight headshots, straight domes. Oh my god. Alright, man, alright. Jeez Louise, bro. Oh, that was not a smoke, actually. We're gonna have to watch out back.
Turn to base. 25 remain.
Right. Am I stupid? Or did I just go through his head? I should never repeat that. It's really bad. I'm firing my gun, by the way. I've been firing. I've already inputted the fire. It goes into the water. It's crazy. There's got to be a delay, a trigger delay on that. Let's find out.
Use this time for some target practice. Real things coming soon.
Nice. I'll be able to tell from Modern Warfare 3. Why are shotguns not on here? Oh, I can't tell if there's a delay or not.
All stations, we are green to go. Stand by for deployment.
Prep for dust off. We're up in 3 mics. Let's move. There we are. Head shed gave the green light. We're deploying you to the front lines. You're up. Grab your chutes. You are cleared hot on all threats. Watch your ass down there.
I'll see you on the other side. Battle Royale.
Hey, here's a bounty contract. Hey, enemy here.
Gas is moving.
Dude, I wish I could see, man. God. How does he know I'm here? Oh, he heard me. Wow, look at those headshots, man.
This ain't training camp. It's the gulag. And you gonna have to fight for deployment.
God, I just can't aim, dude. Love it.
That's only a rope. A well-earned redeployment, soldier. Stand by.
Hey, here's a bounty contract.
Oh, my bounty got picked up. Wait till I see where you are. You better one-shot me. You're dead, buddy. I don't know how to get up there.
Loadout drop headed your way. Gas is inbound, marking a new safe zone.
Look at this guy. Like, what happened to Andrew Lincoln? Really?
You're losing ground. Move it.
Wow, what a shot. That was an incredible shot.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
I could have sworn there's somebody here. It's not.
Gas is closing in. Relocating the safe zone. UAVs dropping into the AO. Got gas moving in.
Requesting recon flyover. Moving here.
I can get in here, bro. Oh, dude, this is so annoying.
Enemy
Be
movement.
advised, UAV is exiting the AO.
How many headshots do I need, man? My goodness.
Requesting recon in my location. Enemy in the area.
Be advised, UAV is exiting the AO.
You got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated. Supply crates have been restocked. Load up.
Oh my god, man.
Gas is inbound.
How annoying. Oh my god, man. I thought my stalker was out, dude. It's so annoying. It's so incredibly annoying. Right, bro. Oh, I got sniped in the back. Okay.
War is hell, and you're in it. This is the gulag, where you
Yeah, what's
fight
up,
to
Sleep?
win redeployment. No one left to fight here. Stand by for redeployment.
Oh my god, man.
Got a buy station here.
No
Cancel
more
last
fighting in the gulag.
Moving.
Friendly loadout drops on the way.
Enough from you.
Gas is moving.
It's God, man. Nothing new. Nothing new.
Movimento.
Gas is moving in. New safe zone located.
Up here. Oh, there is a guy back there.
Got gas moving in. 10 remaining. Keep pushing.
Oh, there's not what I'm meant to do. Can I make this? Shotgun, nice.
Still standing.
It's the only gun I lose to.
That one, but we'll get 'em back.
That's how the games are treating me. I don't know why I play this game, man. I'm probably gonna switch to Apex. Probably this summer. That's not even unlucky. That's just fucking game diff. I'm just gonna switch to Apex. I'm just gonna do it, man. There's just too much shit like that. In what way? What does that mean? Like, what about the shields got changed? I might switch to Apex, dude. I'm being so serious. The thing is, though, I heard pros were switching to controller in that game, too. It just makes me sad. Is something with shields like you'd only start off with your gray shield at the start? Wait, you can't find what on the ground anymore? A level 1 shield? I'm confused. I know your shield levels up when you damage people, but... And I know you can find it on the ground, but that's about it. Sick. I thought I heard someone, but... You can't use any shields on the ground from now on. You can't swap shields. Wasn't that a huge mechanic in that game? Not understanding.
And that's all they wrote. A well-earned redeployment, soldier. Stand by.
You can't find what is loot. I'm so confused, dude. You can't find a gray shield as loot. Don't you start off with gray? You can't find shields as loot. That guy's got the head glitch of a lifetime, doesn't he? I can't believe I missed that. That's so sad. I need to put 1,000 more hours in Kovacs and maybe I hit that shot. You can't find any shield as ground loot. Oh, that is good. That means that you have to earn your shield, basically. That's what that means, right? You have to earn your shield. Like, there's no more finding gold shield anymore. Or red shield, whatever it is. Okay, yeah, that is good. That should always be in the game, honestly. That's what I'm talking about, bro. Like, Apex, it's the only competitive BR. Yeah, that would still... You would still be able to shield swap, because people would still drop shield. I think I get it now. Yeah, bro, I might have to go to Apex. I just want a competitive experience. I'm tired of the shenanigans, you know? Me and Rune were talking about this, too. COD is just not a competitive game.
Check your weapons, check your gear. We're holding for deployment.
The big thing though is just the cheating. The cheating is just crazy. I don't even know how many times I've gotten killed by cheaters. Like, there have been so many times where I'm sure there have been times where I've gotten killed by a cheater and I haven't even known it, you know? Like, this guy's 1000% cheating. I know you just saw that shit.
All stations, this is Shadow 01. Deployment to the war zone has been authorized.
Bro, are we watching the same thing, bro? Did you see that?
3 mics, relay those coordinates. There you are. We got the green light. You're going to the
Cheating
war
or
zone.
controller, that's what I'm saying.
Gear and shoots.
You know. You know, bro. You know. Like, look at this, bro. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. You know, bro. Look at this. What is this? What am I watching here? Look at this. Yoink. What in the fuck? Right. That's what I've heard, and that's what makes me sad. It's like, I want to switch to Apex to get away from this, but there's still nonsense in Apex as well. Like, pros switching to controller for tournaments, that breaks my heart, is what that does. That absolutely breaks my heart. It's all those headshots you just ripped on me for no fucking reason. Like, this guy's just getting off from work and he's ripping headshots at me like that. It's crazy, man.
That's how it's done. Ready up for redeployment.
No, I'm in Narnia.
Ally station here. Cancel last.
Enemy soldier incoming.
God, I can't. I missed the shot. I missed the tomahawk.
This is next time.
Tough. Like, look at that. Look at that fucking tracking, man. That is unreal, dude. Can't believe I missed the tomahawk. He wasn't even moving that much. He ducked under it. That's what it was. Look at this tracking, though. As soon as his cursor catches my hitbox at all, it's fucking done for me. He's getting hits that entire time. Meanwhile, like, his cursor is not on me at all. It's crazy. Look at that. Like, look at this. Like, you... His cursor moves with me frame 1. How is any of that hitting me? This can't be accurate. And you also know it's crazy. His cursor goes with me as well. I don't know. There's nothing about this looks right. You know what's crazy as well is it's aim assist because you never have to correct. You never flick past. It's always right on the body. If I hit the first shot, I would have killed him. This can't be accurate kill cam. Like he's hitting me here. This is crazy. It's another thing too is the tick rate of the servers are just so bad. Horrendous.
Playtime's over. Stand by for deployment to the war zone.
Prep for dust off. We're up in 3 mics. Let's move. Gang's all here. Word came down. We are green to go. So gear up, grab your chutes. We're going to the war zone. You are cleared hot on all threats. Watch your ass down there.
This is why do you know the tick rate of the final servers?
Let's roll.
I might just have to main the finals, bro. Honestly.
Battle Royale.
Might just have to main the finals.
Keep clear of that gas. Get to the safe zone. Cash drop inbound.
Most wanted contract here.
I'm so late. Gonna die. Why are we're teaming? We're teaming. Right, sick. Wow, look at this guy. God forbid I try to shoot the guy that is the aggressor. I should have just killed the other guy.
Soldier, stand by.
Hey, here's a bounty contract.
Might as well get my gun, actually. I knew it. I knew it. I knew I heard something.
Keep your head up. Return to base for debrief.
What a fun experience, man. Bro, you gotta apply to some competitions, man. Can you see what other people like? What's the best 40-70 score? Are you on here? I'm looking. There's no way you're in top 60. Oh, best one on there. Okay, I see what you're saying. Oh, shit. Wait, I see a 20. This guy's 20,000. This guy's 40-70 is 20,943. And yours got way more than that, and he's ranked 69th. Fuck God. Yours got 21,000. It's fucking madness. Absolute madness. What, the picture or the score that you got? You talking about this? Focus. Focus. Should focus. Not focusing. I don't know why. It should automatically save. It's crazy. It's absolute madness. I just don't I don't understand how you're doing this. Just casually fucking getting top 100 after a day's fucking with it. You're natural. I mean, you literally are, though. If I ever overclock my 4090, I'm gonna have to ask you questions because you're gonna know about it more than I will. Because I'm not overclocking mine before yours. I cannot. I'm just trying to. Dude, I want to know what you're about to get on this. I want to know what you're about to get on Friday. Nah, it's not ridiculous, man. You have to tell me what to click over Discord. Oh my god. Wait, how are you doing this? How can you not play if you're doing this? I'm confused. What's your what kind of setup you got going on right now? Whew. You have no controller and the monitor is 75 hertz. Okay. Is it? Are you on Wi-Fi too? I'm guessing. Yeah, 75 is not ideal, man. $120 is playable. That's when it starts to get playable. Ish. Oh, your phone? Bet. Yeah, when I moved here, I had to do that for a few days. Unfortunately. Not terrible though. Like it does the job, you know. If you're just doing random shit. The update for COD. Oh, you're updating COD right now? Ooh. Yeah, it's gonna take a minute, but if you wanna fucking play, dude, I'm down. Or if you wanna run like private match or something, I'm down. That might be a little bit better. I'm about to take a break right now anyway. I might play some of the finals. Wait, how is that even possible? I guess that doesn't have any effect. Is your name gonna be on the leaderboard? You gotta screenshot that shit and send it to me. That just doesn't make any sense. They had to have known that they were giving you a card like that. Like, I refuse to believe because they're testing it and shit. What the fuck? Oh, they had to have known that they were giving you an insane card. I refuse to believe. Alright, what am I trying to do? I want to take a break. I want to watch Tim Pool's show. I just don't know what I want to do while I'm doing that. Played zombies earlier. Ooh, Michonne's in the game now.
Well, all right then.
Sick. I can't watch this. Oh, I love it. What I want to do? I'll just play League on a Smurf. Oh, I'm fucking recording. Fuck. I mean, it's not like you can't do that. You can easily get a screenshot. You can hit that score again, 100%. I'm sure you can get better than that score. You also took a picture with your phone, so. $21. With Noah. I'll be right back.
Good night.